And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 12. I'm Ukosha Slide VIP, and with me I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat, my lovely plushies as well, and we have a fun tournament. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. This is, of course, our bi-weekly region-locked event. This tournament is region-locked to North America, Latino America, Southeast Asia, and Oceania as well. So we have all these players clashing here before us, and it's gonna get wild. It's gonna get rowdy, Poppy. It's gonna get rowdy, because spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the South Korean Terran living in the land of Japan, representing his new team, Hyper 1. It is Honmono. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have usually a caster, and will be casting the rest of this event as well. We have the American Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Dave Testa. And we better be going for a proxy Void Ray. Let's go. Oh my god, we have the Honmono himself against Borracho Dave against Dave Testa. Let's go. Again, shout out to Dave. He of course has been helping us out when it comes to coverage for this tournament. He has been casting over on his channel, and he is currently streaming his POV, and we'll see how this all comes together, as Dave of course is sitting up for a proxy. Cybercore is on the way back at home. I would love to see something like a proxy Stargate, but we'll see how this all kind of comes together, as Honmono is going to be going for an economic opener. A Rax expand here out of Honmono. Oh my god, he's crazy. I don't know if Honmono knows the kind of player that Dave is, because Dave is very cheesy. He is fully one to embrace the might that is Protoss. He knows how to get dirty, and he likes it. He likes it. Likewise, Honmono is also typically a wild player, but Honmono in TVP often goes for 2 base timings and 2 base all-ins. Again, going to be going for a Rax expand into a factory. Meanwhile, back at home, Dave did go for the Cybercore. It's done, and we are proxying the Stargate. Stargate is on the way. Shield battery as well. Proxy Void Ray is upon us. Just what we wanted. Now, I'm assuming this is going to be proxy Void Ray, but we'll see if Dave does take this in a different direction. This is a build that has been recently buffed in this recent patch. The reason for this is because of the change to the Cyclone. Because the Cyclone has significantly less range on it, it doesn't mean that Void Rays do that much more damage and can get away with, I say that much more damage, they can get away with reducing damage and actually having more sustainability here in this all-in. As Cyclone is on the way, Bunker is finishing up. The first cell does go down, does not get a kill on the SCV. Honmono with some slick micro, going to be able to keep those units alive. And an Adept does rock up as well. Does delay the Bunker, actually. Very nicely done. Can we get another delay? Can we take down another SCV? We will. So far, so good here for Dave, as he barely does not get the Marine. Void Ray being cornered out as we speak. We have a couple of shield batteries and pylons on the way. But are we taking too long? That's what I'm really concerned about. Oh my god, Honmono, he's going for a CC! Third CC before Starport out of Honmono. This is as greedy as you can get. This is wild. Here we go. We do have the Cyclone getting a bit of a lock on already, taking down so much HP from this Void Ray. We're going for a proxy Robo alongside this, and a Gateway. We're going a little bit all over the place. We'll see where we end up. Yeah, as the Void Ray is still struggling to gain ground, and is going to get some damage done here. Shield Battery is going to be keeping it alive a little bit longer, but the Lock-On! No! Lock-On is barely not going to take it down. With 18 HP, the Void Ray will survive. We have a second Void Ray on the way. Dave Testa trying to gain some momentum here, as we now have another Cyclone. Pull the boys, and repairs are on point. No, one Cyclone goes down. But we will not get the second. Again, the Void Ray count still very low here, as Dave Testa is trying to make this proxy work. We have a we have an Immortal on the way, because of course we do. Proxy Immortal here out of Dave. He does have Warp Gate as well, so he can warp in aggressively across the map just to get some Adepts in and just to get some economic damage. Speaking of the economy, Honmono is miles ahead. He's on 3cc. He's making 3 mules at a time. He's cranking out these Vikings, making 2 at a time as well with that reactor. So far, all the correct moves here, even getting into some Widow Mines as well. The mines are burrowing, they're getting in position. Dave, he's expanding behind, he's crazy. Expanding behind this. A bold move, we'll see if we can get away with it. As he does dive on the bunker. Bunker is going to go down. The Void Ray doesn't quite make it to the safety of the shield batteries. Is going to be falling as well. The mine takes out a Stalker, takes out a lot of shields on this Void Ray, and now we can just dive in once again. Dave is taking control of the low ground. He does take control of the natural base. But he has lost his Void Race. He's down to an immortal. He's going for a Bay. So the problem with what... so we're taking up quite a lot. We're throwing down a lot of tech here. And the issue is that this Bay is nice and all, but the Robo is very vulnerable. And I'll be honest, I don't know if Dave can hold on to this position long enough to make a Colossus or make a Disruptor. I feel like this Robo is going to go down once Honmono moves out. As he's going to be taking a Ninja base, floating over towards the bottom right. Of course, the shield batteries are gone at this point. That's why I'm concerned, because the defensive position here, or the outpost here, is looking very vulnerable here to an assault. As we have Vikings going for a big counterattack. And here comes the army of Dave Testa. Boys are being pulled to at least Maynard the SCVs, or Maynard the mineral line. Tank getting in position. And here come those Vikings. Vikings, they annihilate probes, and we may have to recall. We have to recall back home, otherwise everything is going to go down. Probes falling left and right. We do recall back home, but the Vikings, they want to fight the Stalkers. They want them. Oh, 19 workers go down for the price of 3 Vikings. Well worth it here for Honmono. As again, we do have 1 Disruptor. That is true. We have 1 Disruptor available. Oh, hello, Mr. Turtle. So 1 Disruptor available. That CC is up and running. And we're even going to be picking up SCVs and Maynarding, or dropping them over towards that hidden base. Oh, here comes an Nova. Up! He's not looking! He's not looking! He's not looking, Puppy. Nova goes off. Connects with the Marines. Good moment here. Good connection for Dave Testa. Does have a 2nd Disruptor on the way. Things are getting a little bit messy, but the reality is a Honmono, he's on 43 workers as opposed to the 18 of his opponent. This army is still looking quite hefty here for Dave Testa. You know, 1 Immortal, a couple of Stalkers. They are vanilla Stalkers, no blink. There it goes up. Takes down some SCVs. The CC itself getting very low. Another Nova will not quite connect, just zoning the army away. As Dave is just trying to get his economy back up and running. And the Novas, they've been good. They've been good purification Novas. Haven't been too shabby. Oh, he's double expanding. Yeah. Honmono, he has the money. He's going to be taking both the gold bases. On Alcyone, we can afford to do this. Observer goes down. Unintentional, but the Observer did fall to that mine. Now, there is no stim. No stim, so because that the Marines are having a hard time engaging, another big Nova here in the mineral line. Meanwhile, yep, both gold bases are being taken. Bottom right is being taken as well. I would have loved Dave if his expansion was one of these gold bases. That would have been amazing. I'm pretty sure that's why the Vikings went in this direction as well. To make sure that there was no gold. Hallucination is going to be baiting out a mine. Is going to try to bait out a mine. Good control out of Honmono, saving it in the end. Nova's going to be going up, and they don't quite get the tank. Tank is barely going to go down. Boys are being pulled as well. You know, we're kind of getting SCV kills. Not the most important losses here for Honmono. Decent Nova once again. And the army here from Honmono is lacking, but finally we're getting into more Vaxes. Finally we have a decent production. Oof. Dave, he's going to be losing quite a lot here trying to push in. He takes down the final tank, but we don't really have an answer to these Liberators. And again, it's like Stim is so late. Stim is so... Because of the lack of Stim and the lack of Raxes, we actually haven't been able to clean this up, but eventually we will. As we're just hyperfixated. Really, Honmono's just been hyperfixated on SCVs. He's got like, what, 6 bases? Yeah, unironically, 6 bases here. Finally starts up Stim and 1-1, and now he's just going to be building up his army. He just wanted to make sure that he had, you know, a good economy. It's all good. Scan reveals lack of third. Scan also reveals lack of third. Just making sure that Dave is indeed all in here on 2 bases. At homeowner, he's just again building himself back up. There is 3 more Rexes on the way. Just continue marine production. Now, I kind of want Dave to like head in the direction of one of these gold bases and like throw down a Nexus on the other side of the gold and start just start mining from it as well. Decent connection here on some marauders. Decent connection. As we have a Dark Shrine on the way, but more tech. Oh, the tech Baffy. We have Dark Shrine on the way. Colossus as well. And now homeowner, he can just sim on forward, chase down the army. Focus down what little is left. Good splits towards the end there as well. And the army of Dave is just a handful of units here. It's 1 Void Ray, 1 Colossus, 2 Disruptors, and 3 Stalkers. It's just, and there's a lot of power in this army, don't get me wrong, but the quantity is not quite there. And we dive on forward, we focus down to the Colossus. The Disruptors, one after the other. Decent Nova towards the end, but we shut down this outpost here of Dave. Recalls what little he can back home. He's taking a third behind this. We're going for it, man. This is the economic advantage that homeowners had so far this game. It's deep in the red. There's been a couple of green moments, but deep in the red, Spaffy. And here we go. Homeowner just getting supply blocked, still waking up in the morning. How much? Jesus, he's... Oh, I understand. I understand all the CCs now. Fun fact, Honmono has only 4 depots, and instead of making more depots to break the supply block, he's making orbitals. He's made, for those wondering, these CCs, they grant supply once they're made. So homeowner, instead of throwing down depots, is just throwing down more CCs here to break free from the supply block. Makes sense. Makes sense for Honmono, as Liberator is going to be rocking up the rest of the army as well, knocking down the front door of Dave Tesla. We stim on forward. Never goes up. Won't quite connect. Do we have a scan? We should. We should have plenty of scans. As DTs are going to be going down, and there is nothing left here for Dave. The final Stalker will fall, and we have broken the natural base. Dave Testa. Imba Papi. GG gets called, and Hot Money will be taking game number 1. GG. GG, Papi. Terran, of course, Imba, and Homono will be taking the first game. Again, Homono, he's one of the favorites for this entire tournament. For those that don't know, he's the best player in all of Japan. Best player in all of Japan. And he's going to be a tough one to beat. He is going to be a tough one to bring down, regardless of opponents. So I wish everyone the best of luck. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the pack yourselves. Looks like we already have a couple of results coming in. Oh my god. In our first game, we've already had a couple of best of 3s finishing. That's how long that game was. It was only 13 minutes. It wasn't even that long. Oh. We'll go over the results after we do conclude this series. We'll get there soon. We'll get there soon. Don't you worry. And yeah, Dave, of course, just digging into his bag of cheese. I know it's a big bag. There's a lot of cheese in there, like a lot of different kinds. You know, there's Swiss, there's Gouda, there's halloumi, there's old American cheddar. You know, there's a bit of everything in there. But it's been in there for a while, and it's getting not in the best state. But we'll see. We'll see what we bring out. What do we about next from Dave Test? I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. It's not going to be a standard game. It can't be a standard game. And I wonder how Homeowner will approach. Again, I do think that Homeowner, he was, of course, respecting Dave and just opening up economically, right? He's like, you know what? I'm going to let you do what you want, and we'll see what you can accomplish, at least in game number 1. Coming into game 2, I wonder if Homeowner will do the same, or if he's going to be the one to turn on the aggression here and ramp things up, and he himself cheese instead. Again, Homeowner is a typically very aggressive player, and I'm curious if he's going to be flexing that here. Here we go. We're just getting into the lobby, and so initially Homeowner, he was asking if he could play random, and then Dave was like, no, I want to play your Terran. And now Dave is like, you know what, you can play whatever race you want. And then Homeowner's like, no, I'll play Terran. Again, I appreciate it. You know, Homeowner is he's giving Dave his best. I'm not gonna be clowning on him with like Protoss or Zerg. Playing his main race. And here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have we have our American caster player. Of course, we have our green Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. Representing Berserker Esports, it is Dave Testa. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Hyper 1, living in the land of Japan. It is Homeowner. Here we go. Probe is going to be moving across the map. What do we got? Do we got a forge? What do we see next from Dave? Hell, Dave. Hell, Dave. Is Dave filling in to let this tournament run? Well, basically, Dave, he's pulling a pig. You know how pig he like signs up for ESL Americas to let the tournament run? The same thing. ESL Open Cup Americas. I think who else does? I think Steadfast. I think whenever he casts ESL Americas, I think he also streams, or he also plays. I think Dave Testa's done that a couple of times before. So yeah, not unheard of. Where casters just play in a tournament and then cast it afterwards. Do respect it. Do respect it. Much love. Much love to old Dave. Oh, did he order some Uber Eats? Oh, let's go. Oh, now I'm getting hungry, Poppy. Now I'm getting hungry. Here we go. It's a Rexus band, by the way. Okay. Unironically, it looks like Uber Eats is on the way for Dave Testa. What's he eating? We need to know. I may order some food later for WTL. Maybe I'll get a kebab. We'll see. For now, again, Rex Spin Economic Opener once again for Homeowner. Very standard stuff here. Dave Testa this time not going for a proxy Rax. This time is going for a Gate Expand into a Cybercore. So pretty standard openers all around. Okay, so game one, Dave, he just cheesed the hell, or tried to cheese the hell out of Homeowner. Here in game number 2, we're chilling. We're calming things down. We're going for our tech of choice. What do you got? And it is going to be a Twilight Council. Okay. So if this was any other player, if this was a standard PvT, I would assume that this would be Blink. This would be Blink out of Dave Testa. But it's Dave, so I don't I don't know if I can say that. I'm not really too familiar with Dave's playstyle, other than the fact that he is a very aggressive and very cheesy player. That's all I know out of Dave. So yeah, I wonder what he is gonna bring to the table. Up. Oh, he's not killing the Adepts. He's letting it live. So thoughtful. For a moment there, I was really perplexed. I was like, oh my god, are we really running away from the Adept? It's like, oh, okay. Oh no, letting it live. Go, tell your tale. And what are we going to be bringing to the table again? So far it's going to be 2-gate blink. We do have a rotor on the way. We're getting into hyperflight rotors. Oh my god. Getting into banshees. I'm curious. I'm curious if Dave is going to be getting into 4-gate blink or if he's going to be taking a 3rd base. That's a 3rd gateway now thrown down. And there it is. There's the 4th gateway. So 4-gate blink. Dave doing his best Max Packs impression. Let's go. There is potential here. With 4-gate blink, it's just, you can just double down and be hyper aggressive. Honmono, what he's doing is a little bit risky, because he's going into Banshee or Banshee opener like this. He's going to be delaying some of his other tech instead, delaying his tank production, going into a faster OTC. Very greedy here from Honmono. This is maybe best case scenario for Dave. Bearing in mind that there is no cloak, just speed on these Banshees. If Dave can shut down the first Banshee and then counterattack, then there's potential. You know, we're going to have one tank, most likely on the low ground. If we have high ground vision, we can dive into the main base and we can try and punish Honmono. But we'll see if we can pull it off. But for now, the Banshee is moving out. Stalkers are in the main base. They're in position. Blink is done. It is done, but we do not quite get on top of that Banshee, as for now, Dave Tester is in the dark. Hasn't been able to shut down yet, but again, he has the units and tools to be able to do so. We have a Bay on the way, so I don't know how I feel about this, but we aren't doubling down on 4-gate blink. We are transitioning already into Colossus or Disruptors. Meanwhile, Honmono, he's banking up that 2nd Banshee. With 2 Banshees, he can one-shot workers. Here we go. Dave is pushing out. As he pushes out, Honmono is ready to dive in. And here we go. Do we recall back home or do we commit? Probes are going to be going down one after the other. 5, 6, 7. Oh god. And we cannot recall. We don't have the energy to recall. We got to commit. We got to go. We need to go up the ramp into the main base. There is no tank in the main either. Bear that in mind. We barely do not get the Banshee. But we do make it into the main. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Banshee is going to be focused down. We get a tank as well, but if there's no Warp Prism, we can't reinforce. May not be able to reinforce, but we can clean up these Banshees. Oh, barely doesn't get it in the end. But behind this, how many units did we lose? That was 16 workers. The entire mineral line went down. Dave Tesla, his economy in shambles. He does have a decent Stalker count, but again, so because he went into a faster robotics bay, he didn't have a Warp Prism, so he couldn't reinforce, so he can't keep this pressure up. He's running out of steam. He's expanding instead and getting into Colossi. Colossi and Disruptor, actually. Okay. Crack in the face. I was just catching up in the chat. We are going to be getting a small pause here. We mentioned earlier that Dave was getting food. He was getting Uber Eats delivered to himself, so we are going to need a moment here to enter the door and to get his meal. It's okay. It's okay. It's happened to pro players before. And yeah, basically the pressure is on Dave. There's a lot of potential with his army. We just mentioned that he doesn't just have Colossi, but he's getting into really fast Disruptors as well. And we saw that he has some decent Nova connections in game number 1, so he can pull that off again in game number 2 as well. He could maybe try to overcome some of the supply deficit. Meanwhile, Honmono, he's going to have to try to vie for control of his 3rd base. He's just out landing it on location. And Dave is here to stop it. Slow him down. Also, I just realized we're making 3 Banshees at a time. I didn't realize that we had thrown down additional star points. Aye. There's a lot to go over here with what Honmono is doing. Catching up. Dave quacking my body and Honmono. This is the perfect cast. Dave versus. I mean, I do like the pairing that they are. Dave and Honmono. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So we are getting a bit of a pause, but it looks like we are now ready. And we just dive on in. And what I was getting at as we're applying quite a bit of pressure to this 3rd CC, and it's taking a lot of damage as well. Homeowner going to be forcing this back. Colossus is hitting the field. Behind this, we're double expanding. We have a 4th and a 5th CC on the way. Very greedy here out of Homeowner. Wild that is going to be trying to get away with this. And behind this, there is 1, 2, and 3 starports. 3 Banshees at a time. Mass Banshee here for out of Homeowner. I'm surprised that we haven't invested. Oh no, we do. We do have Cloak. We have Cloak and Banshee Speed. And I'm concerned. I'm concerned because Dave is taking up a little bit too much. He's got Temple Archives on the way, Disruptors, Colossi. We're working towards a 3rd base and trying to get it up and running. And because we're investing so much into all these different forms of tech, the main army itself is lacking. It is quite small and there's not that much that shoots up. Colossus and Disruptors, they're not going to help you here. Not against the Mass Banshee that is amassing here back at home. Now Dave is going to be pushing towards the natural. Banshees are going to have to react. No, they do not. Okay, there we go. Banshees do turn back around. Tank is going to pull the bunker as well. Dave, he is gaining ground here at the natural base. With the Banshees, they arrive and they can take down everything here. Colossus, the Stalkers, and eventually the Zealots as well. Nothing shoots up, and we do get a lot of SCVs. 12 SCVs go down, but that was an expensive loss for Dave. And what does he have left? He has 1 Disruptor remaining. Storm is on the way, +1. And here come the Banshees. The fleet has arrived. Fleet is coming. We have 2 more starports and +1 ship weapons in production. And ship armor as well for Honmono. So he's just committing to the Mass Banshee. Showing what you can get away with here. And yeah, with the Mass... Oh my... The feedbacks! Unironically pretty good. Feedback's not looking too bad here, but we are running out of energy. We dive on the army as well. If Homeowner wanted to, we could just straight up fight this, but he is going to be pivoting away, rotating towards the main, picking off whatever he can. Oof. As he has to respect those Stalkers. And yeah, Homeowner, he's basically decided that we're playing mono battles. It's just pure Banshee, just nothing but Banshees here. Now, if Dave was aware of this, then he would probably throw down a Stargate and make a Void Ray or a Phoenix. But we are mono battling it up. As Banshees, they're just, yeah, wreaking havoc here. We have a scan just to make sure that there's no goal base. This opponent is being too crazy. As another wave of Stalkers, sorry, another wave of Banshees has arrived as well. The Banshees are taking quite a lot of damage though. And they are very battered, very bruised. And Mass Stalker, they will defeat Mass Banshee in a head-to-head fight. Like, that's not... Oh, there's no detection. There's no detection! No! Observer just a little bit far behind. We have Observer Speed on the way to help with this. And Homeowner is going to have to race back home and lick his wounds. And 1-1 just now kicking in. There it is, 2-2 on the way. That's a lot of Banshees. It's 5 Banshees at a time. We've got 2 more starports, 7 Banshees at a time. Soon to be on the way here for Honmono. Do we have any Storms available? We have a couple of High Templar, but not enough energy for Storm, unfortunately. We are going to be pushing on forward. We're going to break this 3rd base. Tank is in position. Banshees are here as well. There's no way into the 3rd. And just sheerly off of macro, especially after killing the 3rd base and killing all those workers, Homeowner is going to be the first to max out. He's going to max out with Mass Banshee, and it is going to be terrifying. Earlier, he was just mass expanding. We have so many mules available. Oh my god, the mule hammer here was crazy. Again, we took a 4th and 5th very early on. We have another CC here between the bases. We can expand, take the gold. We can take every map on Homeowner's side of the map, to be honest. Every map? Every base on Homeowner's side of the map. Here we go. Banshees are going to be zooming on out. As they move out, they're not going to be quite in position for this, and we're going to be able to get some kills here on these CCs. 2 CCs go down, 800 minerals down the drain. Pushing towards a planetary. Big Nova will pop off, and yeah, the Banshees, they turn back around. I would love to see Dave kill this CC and then recall. We got a recall, Papi. It's gonna burn down. It does burn down. Big storm here on the Banshees. Massive storm, but the recall is too little too late. Oof. As Dave does lose half of his army in that fight. And Homono can keep on pushing. Now you can see how much damage a storm did. Jesus, so much DPS dealt to these Banshees. But we don't have any storms left. Yo, we got a Phoenix! We have a Phoenix on the way. We have a Phoenix. A couple of Phoenixes actually already out here. Starport's going to be focused down. Eventually, these Phoenixes will clean everything up. Nothing shoots up here for Honmono. I would have appreciated like a fusion core and something like BC production. But now we're going to be focusing on as many pylons as we can. GG gets called, and Honmono will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. But a big shout out to Dave Testa as well. To appreciate it for signing up, for being a part of this again. Dave Testa, enjoy your meal. Enjoy your meal, Papi. Enjoy your meal. I'm jealous, Papi. I'm jealous. But and enjoy, as we are going to be getting into the next round. And again, you know, Dave Testa, he's going to be casting over on his channel as well. He's going to be providing some additional coverage to the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. And now we can finally have a look at the bracket. Here we go. It is going to be, oh my god, a bracket that I do have to resize. One moment here. Okay, from the top, we did have Trigger in the chat earlier. He was trying to sign in, but there we go. We have Trigger going to be advancing on 2-0 over his opponent. He's facing off against Xinming in the next round. And I believe that's a PvP, if I'm not mistaken. Meanwhile, Homono takes down his own opponent 2-0, and Reaper is waiting in the next round as well for the most honorable of honorables. Let's go. Let us go. Just going to try and catch up in the chat. As, yeah, up next should be Homono versus Reaper. I believe Trigger series is already ongoing. Yep, they are currently in-game. They're currently mid-series. So, yeah, a bit of a smaller bracket today, but a sweeter bracket as well. It is something that we have noticed, of course, that, you know, because our event is region-locked to North America, Latin America, Oceania, and Southeast Asia, you know, it does mean that signups are a little bit more limited, and, I mean, at least we have enough for the bracket today, for the tournament. At least we have enough. Thank you. I did hear that there were some of the other NA players that weren't available because I think that they're performing in show matches over in Pig stream. I think Pig is hosting some show matches for the community. So I think that is ongoing at the moment. Let me just double check. I'm curious. But yeah, I think it was Reaper and Maples, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were gonna have a show match for Pig. So I think that's currently ongoing. So we'll see. Hopefully there's no walkover. I would love to cast Reaper. Reaper, he is the cheesiest Zerg player in the Americas, and we always love covering him whenever we can. We'll see if we can get that going. Until then, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next best of 3. We will either jump into Homono versus Reaper, or we may try to jump in mid-series into Trigger versus Xingming. That may be what we get into next. So we'll see. We shall see. Until then, going to be going on a short break, and yeah, enjoy yourselves. Stretch your roaches, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, and Cutter Your Colossus. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
And again, for those wondering who may be tuning in for the first time and aren't too familiar with these players, Shelby, he is a pretty good Peruvian player. He's a streamer as well. He's streaming his POV.
Dios mío, Dios mío, Dios mío. Men, ¿qué me quiere pushar con 4 Belin, 3 mutas? ¡Corre, Forest! No lo dejen ir. ¡Ah! ¡No! ¡Oh! ¡Te pasaste de ver!
But he also looks after the convenience store when his parents aren't around. So he's currently competing, playing, and also looking after the store, and he needs to pause whenever there's a customer.
What I want to know is how far does he have to go? You know, like, is it like downstairs,
so,
right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I think it's a flight of stairs. He has to get down a flight of stairs.
you're like a customer. You're like in the, waiting. You know, ding, and then you're. He's like, he's like straight up running down.
every now and then, it's like you hear him fall.
Waiting for him to like trip and fall. But I agree. He needs to like set up a camera like at the counter.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like. And then he runs back. Does he like wait for the customer to leave, or is like after he does the money exchange, he just books it up?
For those wondering, I did wake up like 20 minutes before the broadcast, and then took 10 minutes to set up the stream, and then just went and I quickly grabbed some water, to wake up.
Do I need to like Uber Eats you some breakfast?
Oh, no, because then I would have to leave the cast and go get the food.
Your door's not that far, right? Like, listen, if
Yaku?
Shelby can go attend his goddamn store while he plays the tournament, you can probably go pick up some food.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that duct tape. I apologize for cutting it short, but I am ready for some nonsense. We're here in the lower bracket. I mentioned before that Reaper was MIA, and Reaper may end up forfeiting in the upper bracket, which would be a shame, but we have a lower bracket match. It is double elimination, so Dave Tesla, he's not out of the tournament. He is still in this. It's a best of one here, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss representing Berserker Esports. It is Dave Testa. And in the bottom right, we have a viewer of the tournament. Can I speak? I can't speak to them. God damn it. We have the Australian Protoss representing Bud Air. It is Sounder. Here we go. The PvP. Oh no, they're on US East. Oh no. That's brutal. That's actually brutal. Best of luck to Sounder. I can't speak to you. I'm an observer. I would say that if Sounder thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Otherwise, I would prefer US West. I could not play in US East, mate. It's like what, 300 ping? I can't handle 300 ping. So shout out to Sounder for weathering through it, for fighting through the ping. So powerful. As Dave is going to be scouting top right before getting across the map, and we have a gate expand into a forge from Sounder. Very interesting opener. Dave is going to scout this. He's going to go all the way into the main. Back at home, Dave is going for a much more standard opener. 2 gate. This is actually what a build looks like. As in, this is actually an opener. 2 gate opener from Dave. Meanwhile, Sounder is going for, gate expand into a forge. So very greedy opener here out of Sounder. As you can see, his expansion is almost done at this point. He's almost asking to be all in. And I'm curious if Dave is going to understand that he has the opportunity to all in, or if he expands instead. It looks like he is going to be expanding. Okay, we have ourselves a game. We have ourselves a game. There it is. Dave, he is going to be expanding here. So 2-gate into an expansion. Did make Stalkers initially. He's going to be waddling across the map past the turtle. Oh, waving goodbye to him. As we do move out, there's already a cannon in position, and Sounder, can he actually hold against this? I think he can. Cannon is done. Can we position ourselves to attack the gateway? We can. This is the problem with going for a gate, like, forge opener. By not going for a 2-gate opener, you actually can't vie for control of the low ground, and yeah, Sounder, he is going to be forced to cancel that gateway. But he still gets away with an expansion, at least, with that Nexus. We have our tech of choice. Dave is going to be going for a gateway and a Twilight Council, 3-gate, so 3-gate blink for now. Should be getting to 4-gate blink. The other option is DTs, but against a forge opener, DTs probably won't be the best of choices, as there's a 4th gateway on the way. So 4-gate blink out of Dave. Sounder, he is going to be building himself up as well. Unfortunately, there's no tech for Sounder. He has a good economy. He is up in workers, but yeah, the Twilight Council is just now on the way. Now, this is a very dangerous kind of layout here for both players as well. At least Dave has a second pylon, but once we get blink, we can go into the main, and that, like, this is in an interesting position. Hopefully we can keep everything safe and sound. As we are going to be just calming things down for the time being. Because of the fast forge, +1 is already on the way. So if the game does progress on a little bit longer, then Sounder, he will have quite a high quality army, to be honest. Should soon be working on that blink. As we are not getting blink, we're getting to charge instead. I'm not too sure how I feel about this. Charge has its place in PvP, typically a little bit later on. This early on, like, we do lack a lot of versatility, we do lack a lot of flexibility with the main army, and Dave, he's going to be able to kite for days. He's just waiting for Blink to finish up. He has a Sentry for high ground vision. The Sentry can produce a hallucination, which then allows Dave to move up into the main. We have a Ninja base here from Sounder. Unfortunately, not the gold, but a Ninja base nonetheless. And Dave, he's getting ready to go for the kill move, go into the main base, and do we have anything to stop him? These pylons are looking very vulnerable. If the pylons go down, we're going to deny +1 as well as charge. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going for. Going to be depowering everything in the main. This is what I was concerned about. Why I mentioned it earlier, and yeah, these zealots are going to try to keep up, but alas, we have Blink Stalkers. We can blink back, we can kite back. Dave, he has good enough control. He will be able to just have his way with these probes. At the same time, Zealots are getting across the map. They're also going to be able to deal some economic damage to Dave. But these worker kills, they pale in comparison to what Dave is doing across the map. There are Stalkers in every single base, the main and the natural. Probes are trying to push in. They're trying to get any kind of surround they can. But every single worker is going to be going down. Sounder, he may have a ninja base. This is true, but that's all he really has. A couple of Zealots as well, but we have a defensive warp in with Zealots of our own, and Dave will clean up this army. Still in the main base as well. There's one gateway powered here for Sounder. Oh my god, he's throwing down a wall of cannons. He's recalling whatever he can back home, or out of his home. All right, we got 4 probes. 4 probes remaining here. And Sounder, it looks like he's gonna make Dave kill everything. He is gonna make Dave kill everything here in the main and in the natural. Every gateway does get depowered. And thank God. GG is going to get called, and Dave is going to be able to take the series 1-0, taking down Sounder. GG. GG, well played. Again, a solid game there out of Dave. Sounder, I appreciate cutting corners and I appreciate the greed. I do appreciate it. But alas, there's a reason why, there's a quote-unquote meta or just a way to open up. It keeps you safe, whereas here Sounder was taking quite a risk, getting into charge of all things, going for a faster forge, delaying gateway production, which means that he has no map control. It means that he's going to be stuck at home. GG, well played. And with that, Dave, he does progress in this tournament. Oh my god. And he already has his next opponent. And I guess we can just follow Dave. I believe Honmono is still missing. Let me just double check here. Yeah, I believe Reaper has 5 minutes. 5 to 6 minutes here. To show up for his series, and if Reaper doesn't, then Honmono will get a walkover to the upper finals. So I could wait for that, or I could dive into Dave versus Xingming, which would be an interesting one, because I think that's another PvP, if not mistaken. I believe that is another, yeah, it's another PvP. Oh boy. Tempting, but tempting. Alright, well, it looks like they are conducting the veto, so we have our next series. Again, we have a couple of updates going on here as as we switch our scenes over. Again, Honmono and Reaper, they're still waiting. We're still waiting for the walkover period to see if we play that out, or if Honmono gets the walkover to face up against Trigger. Trigger did 2-0 Xingming, and that's our next series, I guess. Dave going to be going up against him in a PvP, in a best of one. Best of one. Is he on a team? Let me just double check. Not a team I'm too familiar with. But he is a GM. He is 5.6k on the NA ladder. Oh, never mind. Okay, so they are going to be starting, and I wish the best of luck to Dave. But it looks like the walkover period has ended. And we are going to be getting into Honmono versus Trigger. I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, you can see it there on the brackets. Trigger versus Honmono. Up next, a PvT. See you soon. See you soon.
Should we go in Spanish this one?
Do it. Do it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
All right, I don't know if I can do this. All right, let's try. Aquí en esta esquina de la mapa es un Terran player. Es rojo, es rojo. Y a la izquierda.
Ooh.
I don't know my directions perfectly, but I believe it's izquierda.
Yeah.
A la izquierda, este jugador es verde y es un Terran y es el final map. Si puede ganar, yo creo. Es Boga.
¿Y juntos qué son?
Y juntos son los antimancos. We did it.
That was better than what I could have done.
It was better than what I expected.
En el sur, en el derecho, izquierda, derecho. Aquí en la mapa, en la esquina tenemos el azul Terran, tenemos Marea y su what's teammate? Su,
I don't know.
su compadre, su amigo, su enamorada, no sé qué es, pero. Aquí tiene-
And welcome back. And you know, one of these days we'll finish the duct tape. One of these days we will finish it. But for now, we are diving into the upper bracket finals and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran living in the land of Japan. He was having some fun earlier, but now it's all business here. Representing his new team, Hyper 1, it is Hon Mono. Here we go. Again, Trigger is going to be coming into this tournament as a clear favorite. He is a Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. I believe he has almost won every single time he signs up. I say almost. I remember, did he lose to Eric the first time? I need to quickly double check here. Yes. Okay, so Trigger, he has almost won every single time he signs up for the tournament. I say almost because, fun fact, in the very first edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, it was Trigger versus Eric in the finals, and Eric did win. Eric was our champion in our first edition of the tournament. Also, that's a little bit misplaced as a rack. There we go. Gonna have to reposition. But so Trigger, he almost has a flawless record here in our tournaments, almost. And what that tells us, what that shows us, is that clearly upsets can happen. You know, we can have some big names that can at times take maps and even a series off of Trigger. It's not likely, and you know, it is still an uphill battle, but these can occur nonetheless. And Honmono, he is one of those players that can pull this off. Honmono is also a Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. He's gotten second a couple of times, but he is a champion as well. Most recently, he was the number 9 champion, which was a couple of weeks ago, where Honmono was able to take down Nice in the finals. And I do think that Nice and Trigger are in some ways comparable. We'll see. See how this does, or where this does take us. And what kind of crazy build Honmono has to offer. For now, we do have a Rax Expand into a factory, very economic opener out of Honmono. Meanwhile, Trigger is going for a Twilight Council opener. We have our tech of choice, not a Stargate, it's going to be a Twilight Council on Golden Aura. This makes a lot of sense. Rush distance by ground, a little bit shorter. We want to be more aggressive and more in the face of the Terran. And we'll see how many gateways get thrown down. We were alluding to it earlier in the Dave Tessa series, but there are different forms of blink openers. There's 2-gate blink, 3-gate, even 4-gate. Each a different level of aggression for Trigger. Meanwhile, Honmono behind this is getting into a 1-1-1. Interesting. So there's no add-on swap, there's no Widow Mines, for example, there's no mine drop setup. We are going for an add-on swap with the Tech Lab, actually. And this is looking to potentially be even a Banshee opener. We'll see. Could just be Raven, and we could just go into fast interference matrix. We'll see how Honmono pieces this all together. As Edad continues to threaten the bases here of Honmono, shading towards that natural. Oh, and this is interesting. Okay, so when I saw the Widow Mine, I was like, wait, why are we making a mine here after the add-on swap? It is going to be a singular Widow Mine. We are banking, or we are building up the Marine count, going for a medevac drop first into Interference Matrix, into Ravens. Okay, very interesting. As back at home, we have confirmation it was just a 2-gate blink opener into a 3rd base, so very economic out of Trigger. 2-gate blink, it just keeps you safe. It means you can't really be too aggressive, you can't be too in the face of the Terran. And I assumed that we would be going for a mine drop with Marines, but no, it's just a singular mine drop from Honmono. Very uncommitted. And this tells us a couple of things as the Adept makes it into the natural base. One SCV goes down, and we should be able to hunt down that Adept. It's it will fall. But this tells us a couple of things. Really, Homeowner, he knows that Trigger, he's good enough that he wouldn't really lose too much to a mine drop. So a very uncommitted mine drop. This is designed to get scouting information. More than anything, Homeowner, he hasn't seen anything in the main base of Trigger, so this is what he's relying on. As you can see here, just no vision, no scouting whatsoever. With this dive, he's going to get confirmation of the gateways, the forge, the Twilight Council, everything he needs. He gets a full scout of the main base. Mine shot's going to be going off as well. Up, the retargeting. One probe goes down, and we can even save the Widow Mine as well. But upon seeing the gateways finishing up, he should know that, okay, I guess it wasn't a 4-gate blink opener. I mean, otherwise there would be stalkers knocking down his front door, and it is going to be a more economic opener. He can deduce, he hasn't seen the third, but he can deduce that there is a third base already for Trigger. Now, whether it's at the triangular third or the linear third, that is something that Homeowner doesn't know. But now we're getting into our gateway explosion, and we are getting into a swarm toss style. No disruptors, no colossus, delayed storm. We're going to be heavily reliant on stalkers and zealots here, at least initially, for Trigger. Now he does move out. Blink is done. And Homeowner, he's just building up his forces here on 2 bases. We have a 3-1-1 setup. 3 Raxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. And we're going to be pushing soon. We have a massive tank count at the moment. We have 3 tanks. We're about to have 4. I think Homeowner usually pushes out with 5 tanks. That is going to be... 5 tanks is going to be lined up with stim, with combat shields, and even +1. So it's going to be a hefty 2-base push with a Raven to disable, and potentially with boys as well, as we will most likely pull the SCVs. Again, Homeowner, he's a very aggressive player, and 2-base all-ins are typically what we see in TVP from Homeowner, but never mind, he throws down a third. He is not all in, he is pushing, don't get me wrong, he is moving out across the map, but he is expanding behind this. He is working towards that next step. And Trigger is here to slow him down, already getting a couple of Marines. That's the goal here for Trigger, is to pick off a couple of units here and there as Homeowner moves out across the map. We see a scan, 3rd base has been confirmed, we see the charge ults and the Archons as well. And we're going. We go. We're going to be leaving our tanks back at home. They are sieging. At the same time, War Prism gets into the main base. We have an Immortal drop, which has been spotted by Honmono. Immortal going to be delaying that third. Oh, going to try. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Ah. Jesus. Honmono attacking his own CC for a moment there. It's okay. It's okay. We're good. Panicking a little bit. Vikings are getting in position. 4th base being taken by Trigger. And the Vikings, they barely do miss the War Prism. Ay, ay, ay. There, this 3rd base now being taken from Homeowner. Now, what's important is that Homeowner, he has a pretty insane army, but he hasn't moved out yet. What's important is that he may not have hit a timing with +1 and stim and combat shields, but he's still building up his forces, and he has been able to maintain his army this entire time. Means that even if he hits a later push, it's still going to be terrifying. There's still going to be a lot available here. A lot of potential for Homeowner. As Stalkers are moving out, and they're going to be catching up some of these Marines. Some Marines are going to be going down. Homeowner is taking up into a Ghost, or with the Ghost Academy into Ghost production. That is a Planetary. Planetary's on the way. Autotar comes in for, or Raven comes in for some Autotar harass. Getting 4 probes. Not too bad. As Homeowner does rotate around as well towards that 4th base. With all these Marauders, he can focus it down, and there's no saving it. Nexus will fall. Big peek off there for Homeowner. He dives into the main base. We get a massive warp in of Zealots. The drop was a bit delayed. At the same time, Immortal going ham, getting 1 of those tanks. Do pick up and leave. Trigger likewise going to be losing a Prism in the middle of the map. Big pick off here from Honmono, but I'm afraid to look, he did lose 2 tanks. 2 tanks did go down here back at home. That is significant. As Trigger may have lost his 4th, but again, he's still on a decent worker count. Still with a good economy. waiting for those medevacs. He did miss the moving out. And Trigger, he may have lost the base, but his army is still terrifying. Colossus production now commencing. And this next fight, it's going to be all about positioning and EMPs. How many tanks do we have? We have one tank left. Only a singular tank remaining here for Honmono. Fourth CC on the way. And Homeowner, he's taking a more defensive position here. I mean, sure, he was going for drop play earlier and he was getting a lot done, but he is waiting for Trigger to come to him. And I don't blame him. Trigger is maxed out. Right now, Trigger, he wants to fight on the map. He wants to fight on his terms. Does want to fight on his terms, and instead Homeowner is just going to be turtling up on 4 bases, and this is something you can get away with on a Golden Aura. Because of the 4-base setup here, this linear third and the triangular third, it is very difficult to push in because of all these ramps, all these choke points. And we'll see if Trigger can pull it off. We'll see if he can force his way into either one of these bases. Sensor tower is being thrown down. Homeowner slowly maxing out. We got a fusion core on the way that is going to be for Liberator range. As Liberators, they are honestly quite impactful and quite important here in this matchup. There's nothing to really deal with them other than the Blink Stalkers. And they're amazing at zoning away a robo-based army, a ground army in general. So Homeowner is keeping up. Ooh, as the Raven finally does go down. That's actually huge. That rate, we have Interference Matrix. We had potential for disables on the Colossus, but now we do not. Meanwhile, Zelts are getting caught out, but this is not a place where Homeowner wants to fight. He has to retreat. And I wonder if it's worth rebuilding that Raven as well, just because we do have the disables available. Interference Matrix. Here we go, as Homeowner moves out, Trigger, he outpositions Homeowner, gets on top of the ramp, and Homeowner, he's completely cut off from his planetary. Not like this. Planetary is going to be going down, SCVs as well. 60, oh my god. They've seen 20 SCVs going to be going down. Homeowner is just going to be chasing down this army, losing so much of his economy. He lost the planetary, lost the workers. And now we have to commit. We have to go all in. Trigger not quite in position. Also, a big shout to Dave? Bobby. Thank you so much, Dave Tesla, for the raid. Are you going to be casting? Are you going to be streaming? I think he did have to reset his delay earlier, but I'll message Dave after this, as the armies are going to be clashing. Homeowner going to try and dive on forward here. Nova goes off. Does graze the army. Oh my god, the storms! Massive storm on the Marines. You can see how heavily overstimmed Homeowner is. The Liberator's trying to push on forward here, but Trigger, he's coming from behind. Just cornering Homeowner's army. There's no way out of this. There's no turning around. Good EMPs. The Assault Concave on top of the ramp. Trigger having a hard time engaging, but he does have storms. Oof. And a massive storm at that. And Homeowner, he has to pick up, get the hell out of here. Across the map. Trigger, he denies the backup forth. It is going to be cancelled. It is going to be cancelled, and with that, Trigger now has a lot of momentum going his way. He had a 5th base already. His economy is perfectly fine. He's got a 6th base on the way as well. And because of all the damage that Homeowner sustained, he just cannot recover. Not anymore. He lost the base. He lost his workers. Down to 46 SCVs. And now Homeowner, he has to make his final stand here. To be fair, Trigger, he doesn't have the most imposing army. He's got 2 High Templar, now 4 High Templar. Disruptors are coming out. But Trigger, he does need a little bit of time to bring himself together. Is that enough time for Homeowner to rebuild his army and to keep up with Trigger? It's a tough ask, Pappy. It's a tough ask. As Homeowner is going to be going for a drop into that 5th base even. And we're getting damage done. We're going to be distracting the entire army of Trigger. That is the death of the drop. And now Trigger is about to remax. Now Trigger doesn't know how much of a bank Homeowner had, so he doesn't really know what he's going to be pushing into. He's respecting Homeowner quite a bit. But at this point, we should be pushing. Dark Shrine on the way. 6th base as well. Trigger should be aware of just how ahead he is. And without this planetary, or even with the planetary, may not be enough. Here we go, Trigger looking to push in. Homeowner, he's got a decent defensive line here at his 3rd, but his 4th is that much more vulnerable. And no bunkers, no SimCity. Up. 1 Liberator will go down. At the same time, Zelarambe is going to be coming in. The mines! The Winter Mines will go down. There it is. 1. 2 more Liberators fall. There's only 1 Liberator left. That's not a lot of freedom. That's not a lot of freedom, Bob. This Trigger is going to be pushing on forward here. Nova into the mineral line. 12 SCVs go down. Oh my god. As we have a massive DT counterattack. The economy of Homemono in shambles. He's trying to counterattack across the map. The GG gets called, and Trigger will take game number 1. GG. Whew. And yeah, that was a side of Homeowner that we haven't really seen too often. Hold on. That is a side that we don't get to see too often here, where Homeowner was pretty passive. Very defensive early on, and he had potential with his army. Definitely did have potential. But unfortunately, you know, his economy was crippled. He had to commit to a massive all-in, essentially, and it just was not enough to kill Trigger then and there. And with that, we are getting ready for game number 2. Dave is letting us know. Homeowner told me the 12 pylon cannon rush Xingming, and it almost worked. Let's go. Should have rated before I added the delay. Just did it. GG's. Thank you for having me. It's all good. It's all good. Hope you had a good time. Thank you. Thank you so much for getting involved and for being a part of the tournament. Thank you. Thank you. Again, Dave, if you did want to cover the finals and the lower bracket finals, you totally could, but yeah, here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Hecate, we have the Canadian Protoss player leading the series 1-0 in this best of 3 upper bracket finals. Representing Team Basilisk, it is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran, living in the land of Japan, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Homeowner. So right now, this is a best of 3. The winner of this series advances on to the grand finals. The loser gets knocked down to the lower bracket, where they will have a chance at redeeming themselves and having a rematch against their current opponent. Homeowner sneaking out across the map. This looks like an eBay block. We can head into that natural base. We're bypassing the probe scout, and an engineering bay should be on the way. There it is, eBay here. And the goal for this opener from Homeowner is to force the unnatural natural out of Trigger, to force him to expand elsewhere. We'll see if he can pull it off. So far, unscattered, the probe comes down, but it's a little bit too little. It's a little bit too late. It's too little too late for Trigger, and he is forced to expand elsewhere. And this can lead into an all-in from Honmono, as his SCV is on the way. And can he get here in time? Up! Oh, he will not. Nexus is thrown down. And Honmono, he did go for a single gas opener, but he's going into a factory before expansion. This is looking like a Cyclone. I'm curious. We have seen a lot of Terran players like Gumiho, Cure, and Clem. We have seen them go for eBay blocks and then go for all-ins and punish this base layout from the Protoss with Cyclones. So I'm curious if that's going to be the case here. I'm curious what the plan is and how we're going to try and take advantage of Trigger now that he's forced to expand in a really awkward location. Okay, as we are going for a Rax factory into expansion, we're going for the add-on swap. We'll see if this is for Hellions or Cyclones. They both have their place here. It's looking to be Hellion. With Hellions, you kind of get into mineral lines and just annihilate these probes. Oh, but no, it's going to be Cyclones. Okay. I wasn't sure if we had the gas for it. I wasn't sure if we had the gas for double... Oh my, that's weird. Maneuvering around our production. I wasn't sure if we had the gas for double Cyclone, but here we go. Is going to be on the way here for Honmono. And once this gets scouted, Trigger should be getting ready back at home with shield batteries, with units. And the Adept will scout this. Will confirm. Does also go all the way into the main. Does see the second Rax as well as the CC. So he's aware that drop play is delayed and that Honmono is going for a bio-heavy composition because he saw that second Rax. He also saw the CC, so he knows it's not a one-base all-in. And Trigger should be preparing. We have a shield battery in both bases. We have Phoenixes on the way. Phoenix can help crowd control and CC one of these Cyclones. So we have two Cyclones on the right-hand side. We have two Hellions on the left. Because of the shield batteries, I don't think the Hellions can actually do too much damage. I'm uncertain as of that. Here we go. We have a third and fourth Hellion moving out. 4 Hellions, they can one-shot probes. So even with a shield battery, even with an overcharge, 4 Hellions, they can annihilate a mineral line. But Trigger, he's already up to 3 Phoenixes. Here we go. Cyclones are going to focus on a couple of pros, but yeah, the Phoenixes, they take down one of them immediately. At the same time, the Hellions, they dive into the main. Cyclones are going down. The probes, they line up. Oh my god, the probes line up. 14 workers go down. Essentially an entire mineral line. 15. Can we get 16? We can. That is a mineral line worth of probes. Ay, ay, ay. An amazing start here for Honmono, but can he deal with the counterattack? Now, the Phoenixes, they spent a lot of their energy already. There's only enough for one more lift. So that was a costly trade here for Trigger. He doesn't have the most amount here to actually commit to a counterattack. We are getting ready back at home. Marines, tanks, Stim is on the way. And we do pick up the tank. The repair. The repair will keep the tank alive. Honmono in a damn good position. He's up in workers, up in economy. And he's building up towards a 2-base push. We mentioned it before. Delay on the starport. No starport at all, actually. We may just move out with what we have. We have a third tank on the way. We do need to babysit these tanks. As Trigger is camping the mineral, camping the production. Gets another Marine. Honmono, he doesn't care. He's moving out. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Let's go. Now, again, Honmono, he needs to protect these tanks. Adepts and Stalkers are caught out. They actually force Honmono to come back home. A massive delay here, but the Stalker will fall. We do have to take very much care here in this move out. The tank is going to be saved. Now, Trigger, what does he have left? He has 5 Phoenixes, 3 Adepts. Shield batteries are on the way. Trigger, he knows how much danger he's in. He wants that tank. Up. He will not get it. Phoenix almost goes down. He pivots away. He pivots around, and he wants another one of those tanks if possible. So far, Homeowner doing a good job keeping everything alive. There we go. The tanks are sieging. Shield battery is going to be denied. But can be the production robot will fall. No immortal. That's huge. No immortal to defend. That was a big stim. Remember, there are no medevacs. Every stim hurts. Every stim counts. Void Rays are on the way. You need to be very careful with how we stim. We don't want to waste it. And we are forced to engage. We have to spend the stim as well. We do get the Void Ray. Barely get the Void Ray and the pieces. This base is going to go down. GG gets called, and Honmono will fight back. He puts a point on the board, tying it up 1-1. GG. GG, well played. And this is what I was saying earlier. These two players, they are both Tenacious Turtle Tussle champions. Both Honmono and Trigger, they are both champions in their own rights. And they can take each other on. We're going to the ace match. GG. Again, it was brutal seeing those Hellions roast up that mineral line. Putting Honmono in an amazing position. And there was potential for Trigger to pick apart the army and maybe get a tank here or there or slow down Honmono. And he tried. He was trying the entire time. But Honmono was so attentive there to his tanks, to his push. He was able to get across the map, and as soon as he shut down that robot, that was game, essentially. Like, without the robot, without the immortal, I didn't see a way that Trigger could hold and could defend. And now we're going all the way to game number 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the Canadian Protoss player representing Team Basilisk, one of the best Protoss in all of the Americas. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player representing Team Hyper 1 from the land of Japan. It is Honmono. Go. I forgot to do predictions. I forgot to do predictions for the upper finals. We'll do it for the lower finals, the lower bracket finals. Predictions will be open for at least that. And once again, Honmono, he's going to be sending out his SCV. He's going to be avoiding the scouting path of this probe. With this, we can go in for another engineering bay block. There it is. We do have the SCV in position. The eBay is thrown down. And Trigger, once again, is going to be forced to expand in an awkward location. And that gives the opportunity for Honmono to do something similar. I say something similar. In the previous game, of course, we went double Cyclone into 4 Hellions. I don't expect that to happen again, but we don't need to. Like, there are other builds that you can go for. There are other follow-ups that can likewise punish the Protoss. Or abuse the Protoss. Here we go. It's going to be Rax into Factory. Once again, a delayed CC, which should lead into an earlier Cyclone for Honmono. We'll see if that's what we go for. Once again, another reactor. So we're seeing another add-on swap. I'm not too fond of the idea of Honmono doing the same build 2 games in a row. We don't have confirmation of that yet, but I would like to see Honmono mix it up. As back at home Trigger, we have our tech of choice. Once again, it's going to be a Stargate, not a Twilight Council. And Honmono is mixing it up. Oh my god, this is looking like a one-base all-in. So in the previous game, it was Rax into Reactor, into Factory, into CC on the high ground. This time, no CC, and this starport was purposely thrown down over towards the right-hand side to make it difficult to scout. Show us the armory. We have a mine drop on the way. Now, the goal here for Honmono to bypass those Phoenixes, to get across the map, and to pull off this mine drop. Adept has arrived. Trigger, what does he see? He sees the factory and the racks, but not much else. For all he knows, there could be an expansion hidden behind this, just like the last game. This is what I love. Homeowner, so far it looks the same. It looks just like the build from game 1. Obviously with a twist. There it is. Armory is on the way. A very dedicated mine drop here. Detection will be required. Not just that, but Homeowner, it's going to be on Homeowner to avoid detection, to avoid these Phoenixes. If they can keep up, then they can lift up these mines before they burrow. Phoenix is moving out. Likewise, so is the mine drop. This Phoenix is going to confirm everything with the scout. As we dive in, and we do see the starport. We see the reactor widow mines as well, and we can piece together either a Hellion drop or a mine drop. One or the other. We know. There's a CC, and the Phoenix doesn't see the armory, so we don't have complete information, but you can see that we're patrolling in this location. We know that a drop is coming. Trigger is getting ready for it. But he misses the drop. One widow mine is not gonna burrow. Neither widow mine will. This is what I was worried about, but 2 mines still make it into the main. And they will camp the main base. Decent mine. Oh, decent mine connections. Yeah, only 2 widow mines. No! The reburrow will not complete. A little bit too greedy out of Honmono to try to reposition that widow mine. It will go down. Only 1 mine was able to go off. There was so much potential with this drop, but I do think that Honmono was a little bit too greedy with that second widow mine. Here comes the next shot. Up. Okay, we do pull back. 3 more probes go down. Oracle's on the way, and Trigger will clean this up. This Oracle should arrive in time, but here comes another mine drop. This natural base is heavily fortified with these Phoenixes, so a mine drop there won't quite work out. We do have a widow mine waddling in, which has been spotted, and it will be shut down. 2 more mines into the main base. They will burrow. Just barely into... Oh, one of them! Only 1 burrows! Ay, ay, ay. And this has not been worth it for Honmono. It's been a big investment. How many widow mines? 6 widow mines and a medevac. Ay, ay, ay. I appreciate the opener. I appreciate the build here from Honmono, but alas, Trigger's defenses were just too good. Phoenixes are ideal for this position. As you can see, they can just shut down widow mines before they can even burrow. Marines getting picked off one after the other. Honmono, he is struggling here. He's down in economy. His natural base was delayed. He's getting into another 3-1-1 setup. And because of how much Honmono has been struggling here in the early game, this should lead into a 2-base all-in. We'll see. Stim is on the way. Combat shields as well. Medevac under fire, and we can just chase it down. Doesn't make it to the widow mine. And these Phoenixes are just having their way with Honmono. Behind this, we have a 3rd base. We have a Bay on the way, or Bay done, sorry, and Colossus in production. And oh my god, we don't go for a 2-base. This is crazy. Okay. Honmono playing very differently this entire series, actually. Well, mainly game 1 and game 3. Game 2 was more of what we expect. But he's going to be turtling on up. We have a 3rd CC on the way and double engineering base as well. So Honmono, he's going to try and turtle and try and recover economically. It is going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult for Honmono to pull this off. But based on the map, based on Alcyone, this is a very defensive map where you should be able to settle on into 3 bases and then 4 bases here on the right-hand side. It's going to be very difficult for the Protoss to really punish you. And upon seeing this Trigger, he should just tech up as hard as he can. Like, we can approach this in different ways, and yep, there we go. Templar Archives is on the way. Trigger, he can work towards a 4th base. Like, upon seeing that Honmono wants to turtle and wants to recover economically, Trigger, he can be as greedy as he wants. can be greedy. And there it is. We have a double forge on the way for double upgrades. Temple Archives for Storm, for Archons. Phoenixes just doing what they can across the map. And I'm waiting to see what kind of fourth we want to take here for Trigger, if at all. But I do expect a fourth base. There we go. He's going to be mining through these mineral patches. He's going to be expanding over on the right-hand side. If he wants to be greedy, he could try and take the gold, but it should be this linear fourth base location from the Protoss, as he confirms that the third base is being established as well. And remember how I said we were turtling? Yep, we're just getting a line of turrets, a line of tanks. Homeowner, he's going to be stuck at home. Again, he's going to be stuck at home for the foreseeable future, for the next couple of minutes, and that's also why I would have wanted to see this fourth base a little bit sooner from Trigger, just to be hyper greedy. Again, we still only have one robo, so we can afford to get a second robo. If Trigger really wanted to get spicy, he could even throw down a fleet beacon and a Stargate, a second Stargate, for a Skytoss transition. But it looks like Trigger wants to be more active sooner rather than later. He has a pretty impressive army, and 1-1 is on the way. So it looks like Trigger wants to try to test the defenses of Honmono. Now, this is a risky maneuver. There is a chance that if Trigger trades too poorly, then Honmono will get back into this. But if we look at the supplies, Trigger, he is up 60 supply. You know, he's almost at 180 as opposed to the 120 of Honmono. So even though part of me would like to see Trigger being just cautious and just be really greedy and max out, the reality is that Trigger, he can just push now. I mean, and he has the economy to sustain some losses. And here we go, Trigger, he is maxed with diving on in from multiple angles, collapsing on these tanks. And the Chargers, they do get on top of them. Every single tank's going to be going down. The boys are being pulled, SCVs are falling. The Colossi are taking a lot of hits, but there's just too much Protoss, too much Trigger. GG gets called. And Trigger will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. And again, it was a disastrous start for Honmono. I mean, I say a disaster. I mean, initially it was a good eBay block, and I do enjoy the overall build of choice from Honmono to go into just double down on mine drops, but it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it in the end. He invested into, what was it, I think 7 or 8 Widow Mines, and he barely killed any workers. He lost a lot of his medevacs as well, and he just wasn't able to make it worth it. He wasn't able to cripple the economy the way that he wanted to, and Trigger was able to stabilize, get ahead, and just clean up towards the end. GG, well played. Congratulations, as Trigger does advance on. And we are going to be following Honmono into the lower bracket. Oh boy, looks like we have some other updates coming in. And Xingming did take down Germstudong. Germstud Dog? That's it. Quite a name. Did take him down 1-0. So we have our lower semifinals ready for us. It is going to be another TVP. Unfortunately, no Zerg players. Reaper, he was going to be the Zerg representative in this tournament, but Reaper was unavailable. Did have to forfeit in the end. And this does mean that only Terran and Protoss remain. But quite some high quality Protoss and Terran. And again, Honmono, he has a chance at redemption. Here we go. And this time, we'll get some predictions going. We will work on those predictions. Lower bracket finals, best of 3 between Honmono and Xingming. Beautiful. Okay, so it's going to take a little bit for the players to conduct their vetoes, so we are going to give them a moment for said vetoes to conclude, and once they are done, we're almost done with the broadcast. We have the lower bracket finals and then the grand finals remaining, so 2 series left here in the broadcast. A bit of a shorter tournament, but after we wrap up this broadcast, we do have some viewer replays. We do have some viewer replays to go over, so we'll have a little bit of extra content towards the end. A little bit. Un poquito. So until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this moment to hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and cuddle your colossus. Tuck in your tent. We got a lot. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to do. Best of luck. Around 5 minutes. See you soon.
And again, for those wondering who may be tuning in for the first time and aren't too familiar with these players, Shelby, he is a pretty good Peruvian player. He's a streamer as well. He's streaming his POV.
Dios mío, Dios mío, Dios mío. Men, ¿qué me quiere pushar con 4 Belin, 3 mutas? ¡Corre, Forest! No lo dejen ir. ¡Ah! ¡No! ¡Oh! ¡Te pasaste de ver!
But he also looks after the convenience store when his parents aren't around. So he's currently competing, playing, and also looking after the store, and he needs to pause whenever there's a customer.
What I want to know is how far does he have to go? You know, like, is it like downstairs, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I think it's a flight of stairs. He has to get down a flight of stairs.
you're like a customer. You're like in the, waiting. Ding, and then you hear. He's like, like straight up running down.
every now and then, it's like you hear him fall.
Waiting for him to like trip and fall. But I agree. He needs to like set up a camera like at the counter.
Yep.
Yeah, just like. And then he runs back. Does he like wait for the customer to leave, or is like after he does the money exchange, he just books it up?
For those wondering, I did wake up like 20 minutes before the broadcast, and then took 10 minutes to set up the stream, and then just went and I quickly grabbed some water, to wake up.
Do I need to like Uber Eats you some breakfast?
Oh, no, because then I would have to leave the cast and get the food.
Your door's not that far, right? Like, listen, if
Yaku?
if Shelby can go attend his goddamn store while he plays the tournament, you can probably go pick up some food at your front door, while you're casting. It's totally fine, dude.
Oh, God. Fucking Shelby, man. I love him so much. I wish he was here. Die as well. Ooh, can you finish?
What's your shot?
Oh,
That's so BM.
it's 99% done.
That's so mean.
That's
Let's No, just leave it. Go in.
It's so
Nina,
close.
just go in. Just leave it alone.
No, she wants
Guys.
that. The SCV's coming. It's coming.
No, the guy's already down. You can't get on the floor.
The SCV's coming.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Once again, we didn't manage to get through the duct tape, but we are here with the lower bracket finals. Predictions in the chat are open for the next couple of minutes, so place your bets on who you think will make it to the grand finals. Will it be our Terran or our Protoss? Up to you to decide. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran representing Team Hyper 1 from the land of Japan. It is Hon Mono. We go and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have as opponent, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the Chinese Protoss, the blue Protoss for the first time. Oh, for one of the first times on this channel. I believe we casted them during the qualifiers of ESL Masters Winter Americas. It is Xing Ming. And once again, Hon Mono going to be going for the eBay block here across the map. It has been something that he's been using to great effect. This time, though, Xingming is going to be able to scout this and work on this SCV from the beginning. So Xingming is a little bit more wary. Yeah, he pulls extra boys, and he does not want to. He doesn't want to take the unnatural natural. He doesn't want to be done dirty. We throw down another eBay. Oh my god. We throw down a second eBay here for Honmono as well. The SCV is going to be going down, but this is a massive delay here for the expansion. A big investment as well from Honmono. As we should cancel. We should. Up. Oof. There we go. We do end up canceling one of those eBays. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have a factory on the way, so Honmono going to be delaying his expansion. Looking to go for potentially another reactor into add-on swap. Yeah, there we go. Reactor is on the way. Honmono looking to get into those Cyclones and Hellions potentially once again. Oh, Dave, he's telling us what happened with the cannon rush. He's letting us know, Pap. He's letting us know. This time we are not committing here to one base play. We do have a CC on the way on the high ground. Thankfully, CC before starport. So this should be either Cyclones or Hellions from Honmono. Once again, he does have plenty of gas for those Cyclones. And he's going for it. This is the exact same build that Honmono did execute against Trigger on this map on Hecate in Game 2. So he's doing it once again. At least it looks to be the case. Meanwhile, Xingming just trying to get a bit of scat up, trying to get a read on what exactly is happening. As we do have our Stargate opener, Phoenixes are on the way. I wonder if Xingming was watching that series. I wonder if he's familiar with what Honmono has been doing and how he played that out, because once again, Cyclones and Hellions are on the way. We're throwing down 2 more. Oh my god. Gonna be throwing down 2 more Raxes behind this. Getting into a 3-1 setup. Now, thankfully for Xingming, because he wasn't forced to expand elsewhere, he can throw down a shield battery, and he has one pivotal area here, one point where he does have to defend and hold on to secure his bases to keep his mineral line safe and sound. Meanwhile, I believe the goal for Honmono is to bypass the shield battery and just run past into a mineral line. It's going to be difficult to pull off. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. So we're going to be just poking away at those Phoenixes. More Hellions rallying across the map. We have 4 of them for now. Again, 4 Hellions do one-shot probes. So I imagine we're just going to try to race on past them. What do we pick up? Oh, there we go. 1 Hellion is going to be going down. The second Hellion as well. And that is going to be enough to defend. 3rd Hellion will fall, and Honmono, he barely has any DPS remaining. Losing every single Hellion, and the Cyclones don't gain any ground. The overcharge too good. And this is why this build is a little bit lackluster if you don't force your opponent to overextend and to be spread thin. Cyclone will fall. And that was honestly a beautiful defense. That was really well done here out of Xingming. Just completely cleaned everything up. Now we have map control. Now the Phoenixes are going to be looking to get some economic damage done. The SCVs are looking quite vulnerable. But we're just camping the production. Honmono are going to be working towards a sim timing after this. As here we go, we have our move out on the way. This is a little bit earlier than last time. Stim is only halfway done, but we're pulling the boys. The boys are being pulled. Xingming gonna be taking a he's being too greedy. He's going for a 3rd base, a Twilight Council, and a Robo. He only has 1 gate. No shot. Only a single gateway. Xingming barely has any army. This is his army. 2 Adepts and Phoenixes. Not like this. Here we go, we're pushing on through. Now we don't have that much anti-air, only a couple of Marines. But enough to focus down at these Phoenixes. The repair is too good, the tanks will not go down. Again, we only have a single gateway. Xingming just can't produce anything. Bunkers are on the way, Stim about to finish in a couple of seconds. Robo is depowered. greed is just too real. Tanks pushing on forward here. The Robo is going to be focused down. GG gets called, and Honmono will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Honmono will take the first game, and that was Xingming's game to lose, right? Like, he had completely shut down the Hellions and the Cyclones. It was a very impressive defense, but it looks like Xingming, he may not be familiar with Honmono himself, because Honmono, he's a very aggressive player, and to throw down the third base, as well as a bay, as well as just delaying your production for as long as possible, working towards extend thermal lands and Colossus production off of one gateway. One warp gate. Crazy. Cutting too many corners was punished as a result, and GG. GG, well played. That is game 1 in the books. And now we're getting to game number 2. Potentially the final game of this series, or will we see a more back and forth? Will we get an ace match? Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the South Korean Terran living in the land of Japan, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Honmono. The most honorable of honorables. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team JSL. It is Xingming. Here we go. Gaga, papi, ga. But yeah, that was just a wild game there out of our blue Protoss, and hopefully we can have a more reserved follow-up here, especially after the early game, because that wasn't bad play out of our blue Protoss. Like, they did well for themselves, especially shutting down the opener of Honmono. Just a little bit too spicy afterwards. As we do have a probe scout coming in. And this time, everything is back at home for Honmono. There is no eBay block, no proxy, none of the sort. And Honmono is going for an economic opener. He's going for a Rax Expand. Let's go. It is going to be delayed. Oh, going to be delayed for a couple of seconds here. Yeah, forcing the CC off location, or uncentered, I should say. So an off-center CC. It's like we can lift. You know, we can lift. We can relocate it. It's all good. We can reposition. But a nice little disturbance here in the early game from Xingming. And from here, our Protoss, we can just get into our expansion back at home. Get a gate expand into a cybercore. Or sorry, gate cybercore expand even. We are just settling on into this. Now again, Honmono, he doesn't have to be aggressive. He doesn't have to all in. He likes it, don't get me wrong, he likes the 2-base all-in, but he's got plenty more up his sleeve. As we do have a Stargate opener out of our Protoss. For a second time. No Blink, no Twilight Council this time, just a Stargate. Should be into Phoenixes. Again, Phoenixes, there's a reason why they're so common and so popular. In this matchup, they grant you map control, they shut down drop play, they shut down early pushes, as we saw in game 1, and they allow you to tech up a little bit further into something like Colossus. Now, you still need, you know, a ground presence as well. You can't be hyper greedy like we saw in the previous game. But overall, this is a relatively safe opener. As behind this, we're getting into a 1-1-1. No Widow Mines. Cyclone is on the way just for safety. And I'm curious what kind of add-ons we work towards it. It's going to be a tech lab here, so looking to be even a Raven opener out of Hormono. He could try to spice things up with the Banshee first. There is potential with a Banshee opener to get economic damage done. Only a singular Banshee, and then you get into Ravens. I wonder if that's going to be the case here for Hormono. No, he goes for an add-on swap, actually. Okay. There we go, getting into earlier tank production instead. Oh, and even setting up for a drop. Hormono, you have my attention. Meanwhile, Xingming, he's being a little bit safer. We have a Robo and a second gateway as well, so we can at least warp in 2 units at a time before going for a third base. I do appreciate it. Our Blue Protoss has been humbled a little bit after game 1. As the Phoenixes are being forced back. And here comes that push. Again, a very early push here from Honmono. Moving out with that tank. The Phoenixes are racing back home. And what do we have at home to defend? This time we do have additional gateway units. We have 5 Adepts. We have an Immortal that's being chronoed out and will arrive in time. We have a shield battery with an overcharge as well. Xingming, he is ready for this. He did delay his third base in favor of units. Safety Immortal arrives just in time. The boys, they have it. The boys have been pulled once again, because of course they have. Honmono just going completely all in. SCVs are going down, but we lose the Phoenix. Phoenix will fall. And getting within range of a pylon at least. You have to be careful. Bay is about to finish up, but Colossus soon to be in production. We didn't get a second Immortal. I'm not too sure if I like that. We delay the Immortal in favor of a Colossus. It's going to take so long to produce, though. Here we go. Homeowner, he's laying siege up on this wall. Shield battery goes down. Gateway as well. Now that Colossus is halfway out. Pylons are under threat. We're just salvaging the bunkers. We're slowly leapfrogging forward. Up. We get another SCV. Colossus does arrive, but it may just be too late because the bunkers are about to finish up. Yeah, we're just edging ever closer towards this Robo. Can we get a second Colossus? That would be crazy. Yeah, the Cyclones, they're getting a little bit adventurous. Phoenixes, they try to come in from behind. They try to catch some reinforcements, but alas, they do miss them. Tanks are getting ever closer. We're getting on top of the Robo. Shield battery's going to keep it alive a little bit longer. Can we get the second Colossus? Phoenixes, they do come across some Marines. Overcharge is popped, and the second Colossus is going to arrive. And is this enough? I think maybe we can break free. It's going to be close. 7 probes go down. Phoenixes, it looks like they may even catch another tank. Now they go for SCVs instead. Oh, the Nexus itself is going to go down. Not even the Robo. But the base Cyclone's taking some hits. Yeah, the Robo falls the natural. Xingming, he's forced into his own main. He has been throwing down gateways, so he has quite a lot of gates to work with, but Jesus, look at this setup. So many bunkers, liberators, and tanks. Now the question becomes, from here, does Homeowner just chill back at home, or does he try to force his way up the ramp? Pushing up the ramp is going to be a tough task. It's going to be a difficult task here for Homeowner. He doesn't have much at home to defend. Yeah, more SCVs are going down. Homeowner, technically, he does have a worse economy. Xingming, oh, he's getting supply blocked. I'm worried that Homeowner doesn't have enough urgency here to really break through. He scans ahead of time. He sees the army. Extend Thermal Lance is done. Here we go. The tanks are pushing forward. Oh my god, they do see that. There's so many tanks. There's 6 tanks. Oh my god, we just can't engage. The Protoss cannot engage with his army. We're just being bullied further and further back into the main base. The robo's exposed. And turrets are on the way. Feast as they come back home. 11 SCVs went down across the map. And they're going to be able to almost barely take down a medevac. They will get it down. A Liberator as well. Pretty good. Pretty good amount of damage. Yeah, the Marines, the SimCity working against the Marines here. Another tank goes down as well. Good pickoffs. Homono, he may be bleeding out too much. Liberator falling as well. You can see the Marines, they're not in position. Like, the tanks are just making it so awkward here for the Marines to engage. You know, back at home we have Thor's on the way. And we're going in! Massive lifts here on these tanks. The Marines, they do sim and they focus down almost every single one of these Phoenixes. Massive tank volley is going to be going off and the Colossi are going down. There's only one left. GG gets called. It's not going to be enough. Homono will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh, that was... GG, well played. That was stressful, Poppy. That was stressful. I was very uncertain if Homono could actually break into the main. It was clear at a certain point that Xingming could not push out and couldn't really engage with the tank line, but he was doing very well with his Phoenixes. He was crippling the economy of the Terran. He was picking off tanks, medevacs, and liberators as well. Really good use of the Phoenixes, but you could definitely argue that it was a little bit too little too late. It took a long time for those Phoenixes to actually get value and actually, you know, kill units, and by the time they did, Homono, he was already pushing into the natural and eventually pushing into the main and forcing a fight. GG. With that, Homono advances on, and we have our grand finals up next. It is going to be a rematch between Homono and Trigger. We go. So we are just going to be setting up those videos. It's going to be a best of 5 as well. Predictions will soon be open for those finals. So you can get your Gamba going on as well. Now, as a reminder, this isn't a regular best of 5. This is going to be a best of... It's going to be a best of 5 with Trigger having a 1-0 advantage. Because he is coming in from the upper brackets. Also, if you enjoy this tournament, before we get into the finals, if you enjoy this tournament, if you want to support the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, again, we're doing what we can for the region. For some of these smaller regions, this tournament is region locked, and it means that Koreans and Europeans cannot actually get involved in this event. We're trying to support some of the smaller scenes like the Southeast Asian, Oceanic, North American, Latin American regions. We're doing what we can. And if you want to support it, then you can do so over on Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. You can actually see our goal just under Homono's name on the screen. Just under Homono's name, you can see that, that's weird. Just under Homono's name, you can see that, we do have our Patreon goal. We do spend 300 USD a month on our tournaments, and currently our Patreon does cover more than half of that. So we do appreciate it. Do appreciate all the support that we get over on Patreon. Our goal is to have our events fully community funded, and then even grow our tournaments from there. You know, boosting the prize pool, paying out top 4 instead of top 2, and turning our events from bi-weeklies into weeklies. At the moment, our events are every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks. I don't really have the funds to make it more regular than that, but maybe one day we can have weeklies again. Fingers crossed. As predictions are being paid out. And we are getting on into this. We're loading on in. I'm just trying to get the predictions going, and hopefully the game doesn't crash while we load in. Oh, thank God. Here we go. Predictions in the chat are now open, so you can place your bets on how you think this series will conclude. Will we see a repeat of the upper bracket finals, or will we have an upset instead? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Radisson Station, we have the Canadian Protoss player representing Team Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is Trigger. Predictions. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player living in the land of Japan, the land of the rising sun. We have representing Team Hyper 1, it is Hon Mono. Oh boy, and Radisson Station, this is going to be an interesting one. So, typically, a map like this, a lot of players do try to be as greedy as possible and they try to take advantage of the map itself. But because we have Hon Mono getting involved, I wonder if that's going to be the case. I wonder if Trigger can even be greedy, because Hon Mono, he is so prone to going all in that Trigger is probably going to have to respect that. He's going to have to respect the aggressive nature of his opponent and open up a little bit more defensively even, and be careful with just how many corners he decides to cut. Likewise, Hon Mono, does he, as we are going for a racked expand, reactor first, no Reaper, you love to see it. Hon Mono also cutting some corners here, going for the reactor before the Reaper, and up trying to get a CC on location, forced to once again throw it down a little bit off center. Will eventually land it on location. But yeah, I'm curious if Hon Mono, he's going to do what he typically does and go for like a big push on 2 bases and pulls the boys, or are we going to see a different side of Hon Mono in this matchup, and are we going to see a greedy Hon Mono and a more macro, Hon Macro if you will. Is Hon Macro going to make his return? Hon Macro is something that we see against Zerg, not too much against Protoss. Fun fact, Hon Mono, he's a man by many names. His fans, they call, oh my god, as we do cancel the factory. Okay. His fans, they do call him Hung Mono, if you will. There's also Hon Macro, there's Hon Mech. There's there's some other names that aren't quite safe for work, and I'll keep them to myself for now. Look, he likes the anime. What can I say? And yeah, we'll see which kind of variation we get as we're going greedy here. Oh my god. Hon Macro, it's been a while. Welcome. That is going to be a 3rd CC before factory out of our Terran player. And of course, Trigger, he is none the wiser. We do have a full wall off here. There's no way for the Adept to get in. And we have skipped Reapers now. The reason why you want to skip Reapers in this matchup on Radisson Station is because there is no Reaper cliff. There are rails here, so Reaper cannot push into the natural. Reaper can't go into the pocket base. Reaper has to take the regular ramp here, and it's very difficult to actually get past and get a scout off, so a lot of Terran players just skip it entirely against Protoss on this map. And yeah, Hon Mono, he's just cutting as many corners as he can as well. And the reason why you want to be doing this is just because of this pocket base. Not just the pocket, but also this 4th base as well. It is very easy, or I say very easy. It is much easier on this map to get up to a 4-base economy than it is on any other map in the map pool. So Trigger, he goes for a fast 3rd base. Before his, oh my, he goes for a 3rd before his tech. Crazy. Now he throws down, he went for a Stargate opener, that is true. Oracle first, only a single Oracle into a 3rd. Now we have our Twilight Council. Now we have our real tech coming out from Trigger. The Oracle, of course, looking for some economic damage. As the Oracle is zoned away, Cyclone comes out just in time, but Trigger does see the third base. He's aware that Honmono is being greedy and being very economic, and this is a sign that Trigger, this is a sign basically that Trigger can use to know that, okay, I can be greedy myself. I shouldn't be making units, I shouldn't be warping in, I should just be taking up as much as possible. And there it is, we have a Forge and a Robo, and additional gateways on the way. Stasis Trap going to be going off, delaying the expansion. Ay, ay, ay. Quite a hefty delay here for Honmono. But again, we're just cutting corners, and the early game of this, of game one here on Radisson Station is going to be a pretty calm one. Relatively passive. Oh my god. This is not Honmaker. I mean, it is. It is Honmech. Oh my god, it is also Honmech here, as factories are thrown down, and we are going mech against Protoss, and if there were ever a map to do it on, this is the map. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, we have 3 more factories on the way, in addition to the 2 that we already have. Oracle dips in, and I wonder if Trigger can piece this together. So far hasn't seen too much. We do have the Cyclone speed upgrade on the way. Armory as well for +1 for mech upgrades. And yeah, this is just something a little bit more unique. So I'm excited, but I'm also a little bit concerned. I do know that a mass Cyclone can kind of work here in this matchup, but because of how secure your bases are, I don't really know how well Cyclones can really, work here on Radisson Station. Going for a tank-heavy style makes a lot of sense, but it's going to be very slow going here for Honmono. It's going to take a while for him to really get into his production. And there we go, we're making 3 tanks at a time. It makes sense. We're a little bit supply blocked, but tanks are on the horizon. 4th CC on the way as well. Is this what I wanted? As the Oracle goes in, and finally we get eyes on the additional factories. Now Trigger is aware of the mech. Immediately, Immortals. Second Robo, we stop Colossus production. Colossi are not what you want against tanks. You need Immortals, you need these robust, tanky units to actually, you know, take some shots to the face and close the distance. Get on top of that tank line and shut it down. Charge on the way as well. So Trigger, he's responding quite well. Even getting a 3rd Robo. So triple Immortal production soon to be on the way. Again, Immortals and a Gateway army is how you want to deal with mech as a Protoss. Charge lots, Blink Stalkers, Immortals, that's the bread and butter here of all things anti-mech. CC is on the way. Really, Blue Flame, Viking production. Hopefully not too many Vikings, we don't need that many. There's no Skytoss, not yet. Stalkers, they do get eyes on the army composition. The Trigger is taking a 5th base. So yeah, Honmono basically is going to be turtling. He's doing what mech players do best. He's going to be turtling on up here on 4 bases, eventually taking a 5th. Now the 5th is going to be a difficult thing to do, whether it's this center goal base or the base on the right hand side. It will be much more difficult to hold on to because you will be spreading yourself thin, and you will be giving the Protoss player an opportunity, an opening to push forward and to punish you. So that is going to be the moment that Trigger is going to be looking forward to pounce. As he is already moving out, we have a line of turrets and tanks. Planetary as well. Trigger just doubling down on Immortal production. Here we go. Additional Immortals still on the way. It's a big warp in of Archons, actually. Okay. I think an Observer just got shot down. But yeah, we're going Archon, Immortal, Charge Lot. And Trigger has maxed out. He's ready to push in. He's up and we're on siege! The tanks are on siege, a little bit late to the party. Volleys are going to be going off. Massive volleys on these Archons. Oh my god, there are so many tanks. And Trigger, he cannot break this. Not with this army. Not with so little Zealots. Again, you rely on Zealots to close the gap and actually force friendly fire, getting on top of the tanks. So a good start to the fight here for Honmono. Very nicely done. Highness will have additional upgrades on the way. Revelation is thrown down. Trigger, he may try to come in from a different angle. I still like diving immediately on top of those tanks. And here we go, we're pushing in. And this time the Zealots, they do get choked up. Well, 1, 2, 3 tanks go down. A 4th tank as well. A much more efficient trade here for Trigger. He does take a lot of hits though in the retreat. Does still take a lot of tank shots to the face, but he mainly only lost Archons and Zealots. He maintains his immortal count. You can see here, not a single immortal has died so far. Only Zealots and Archons. And essentially, Trigger has to keep trading. He has to keep trading, and over time, this tank count is going to get smaller and smaller. As Trigger is already remaxed, and we're going in again for wave number 3. And the Zealots, they do close the distance. Massive connections here as they get on top of the tanks. And it looks like Trigger, he has broken through. It took a couple of rounds, but again, because of the economy, Trigger, he just keep on going and going. One wave right after the other. After the other. GG gets called, and Trigger will take game number 2. GG, well played. Again, it may have looked like Trigger was overextending into all those tanks, but he was killing tanks, and he was only losing Zealots and Archons. Well worth it for Trigger, as you just had to do that over and over and over again. Eventually breaking through and eventually cleaning up the army. And with that, Trigger does take a 2-0 lead in the grand finals. One more. Uno más is all Trigger needs. And Honmono, he needs to fight back here and now. Now, when it comes to Honmono's position, we did need some SimCity. Tank lines and turrets on their own aren't good enough. We need some either depots or bunkers in front of those tanks to be able to wall off and to actually have something to disrupt those Zealots. To stop the Zealots from closing that distance and getting on top of you. Otherwise, yeah, they have their way with your army. As we saw. And now we're getting to game number 3, potentially the final game of this series. Now, Honmono, he's already taken maps off of his opponents. Can he do it again? He needs to. Does need to, and here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of a Golden Aura, we have the Canadian Protoss player representing Team Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player from the land of Japan, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Honmono. Here we go. Honmono not going for any kind of crazy proxy. Do have a Rax back at home. Trigger likewise going for a bit of a scout. Now we are loading into Golden Aura, and Golden Aura has similar features to Rat as the Station, where your 3-base setup is very well fortified. You can get up to 3 bases without too much issue. The 4th is going to be a little bit more difficult, and Honmono, he's actually going for a... I did notice that we didn't have any gases. I did notice the lack of gases, which I thought was really weird and really peculiar, and we see why. It's a 3-Rax. We could even throw down a 4th Rax alongside this as well. This is a 1-base all-in. We're going for a 1-base all-in. There's the 4th Rax on the way for Honmono. 1-base, 4-Rax, Mass Marine. No Reapers, no Marauders, no tech, no upgrades, no stim. Just pure man with gun. As primal as Terran can really be. And this is gonna be an interesting one. So we have seen plenty of 4-Raxes before, but usually the 4-Rax is proxied. Usually we get a proxy 4-Rax out at like the 4th base location, or yeah, usually out in the 4th base location, just a little bit further away. to go for a 4x back at home. Golden Aura has a short rush distance, but not the shortest, not like hard lead, for example. So a bold move from Honmono, risking it all on this one base all in. Meanwhile, Trigger going for a gate expand. He is currently none the wiser. Trigger has no idea what is going on. And we'll see if he can piece it together. Now, the ideal... No! I was going to say that the ideal for Honmono is for Trigger to go for a Stargate opener. If he made a Phoenix's, then Honmono, he could snowball out of control. The Adept does make it past the line of Marines. And he sees even more Marines. The boys are being pulled! It's all or nothing for Honmono. Twilight Council is cancelled. Shield Batters are thrown down. We only have a single gateway. Uh-oh. We do need another gateway here. We do need more production. Instead, Trigger is going to try to defend with 2 Stalkers. Now, the reason why I was concerned about the Twilight Council is because we should be throwing down more gateways, but there is none. Only one. Only one a gate for Trigger. Army has arrived. We do have shield barriers. The boys are being pulled. We have an overcharge as well. Oh, we're soon to have an overcharge. A couple of SCVs do go down. A lot of probes are falling as well. We don't actually have that much to pull. But the Marines, they can't close the distance. A lot of SCVs going down. Good kiting from Trigger. He may only have 3 Stalkers, but you know what? They're surviving. We have to protect these pylons. And shield batteries, they are finishing up. The Stalkers, they will not die. And that is every SCV gone. Now it's down to the Stalkers and the Marines. And Stalkers, they can kite Marines for days. Ay, ay, ay. One Stalker does go down. A little bit of his control out of Trigger. Mule is thrown down, but doesn't quite wall off those probes. That's Honmono. He's trying to dive on him, but we have the overcharge. The Stalkers, they stand strong. We only need a single gateway. We only need 3 Stalkers. 4th Stalker is coming in, and we have run out of steam. We've run out of Marines. Honmono, he has nothing left. He's down to 3 units. 2. 1. And that is his that is his last Marine. GG gets called. You are the champion, and Trigger will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to both of our players here. Congratulations to both of our players, as top 2 do get paid out. So both Honmono and Trigger, they will both be walking away with some cash prize, with some cash money. So GG, well played. Again, Trigger, he came in as the favorite, and he did bleed. He did bleed a little bit. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. But Honmono did take a game earlier in the upper bracket. You can see there in the upper bracket finals, Honmono did take a game and wasn't looking too bad at all in that series. But here in the finals, it was a bit of a different tale. And Trigger was looking that much more dominant. I mean, I appreciate the diversity from Honmono. I appreciate that we saw Mech on Radisson Station, which makes sense. But the reality is that Mech, if it gets scouted, it is difficult to pull off against Protoss. As we saw, despite the fact that Honmono only had 1 area to defend, and he was getting to, 5 factory production with mass tanks, it still wasn't enough. It's still, like, he still could not hold on against the maxed out army of Trigger. It just doesn't really trade too well. Like, as an army composition, it struggles against what Protoss has available to them, as we saw. GG, well played, and yeah, congratulations to Trigger. Shout out to Honmono. Shout out to everyone else that competed as well. Soundo, Dave Testa, Xing Ming, and some of the other new faces as well. Reaper, who unfortunately didn't get to play, unfortunately. Did have to forfeit, did have to play a show match, but nonetheless, was great to see Reaper, Don't Defense, and Germ Stud Doug. Thank you. Thank you so much for being a part of this, event, and I hope to see all of you again next time in the next tournament. This is a bi-weekly, every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks we do try to host this. The only times we do not host this event is if it clashes with a premier tournament or if it clashes with qualifiers. That's when we do put our event on hiatus, which is why we didn't have it last week. That is why. But yeah, a great turnout here and an amazing amount of games. Amazing games were had. And with that, we're going to be going on a short break. Oh, before that, again, if you want to support this tournament, !Patreon, !Matcherino as well. There is a Matcherino page for the tournament where you can donate and fund the event yourselves. If you wish, you by no means do you have to, but if you want to help support this tournament, Matcherino page is available. Again, all the money on Matcherino goes straight to the players. We don't take a cut. We don't take any of that. Likewise, the money on Patreon also goes to the players as well for all of our tournaments, not just the Turtle Tussle. And with that, we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break because we have something a little bit special for the people in the chats. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, we have been having some requested replays. If you're curious, and if you yourself want your replay casted, there is a point redemption. There is a point redemption in the chat available to you. I think it's 10,000 channel points, and we will cast your replays. Now, we have a couple of rules, and the biggest one is that it has to be your replay. Like, if you manage to get your hands on the replay of, I don't know, like a GSL replay or like another player's replay, like, no, it's gotta be your own replay. Has to be featuring yourself. Other than that, we are willing to cast whatever is brought forward. It also has to be on StarCraft, not like an Age of Empires replay or anything like that. Shaking my head. And yeah. So we do have a couple of viewers that did redeem some replays. So we're going to be going on a short break. I'm going to be changing the overlays, and we're going to be having some fun casts. If you only want some pro StarCraft, then I understand if you do leave us from here. You know, I hope you have a good weekend. I hope you have a good Sunday, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of your night, depending on where you are. Up next is going to be something a little bit more chill. You know, some more Masters or Diamond level StarCraft. Some even lower than that. But yeah, we're not going to be too critical. We're just going to enjoy ourselves and embrace the chaos that is about to ensue. Usually when people redeem replays, it's because of cheese. It's like, usually there's just a lot of nonsense going on and we just have to deal with it. I still remember it was on, I think it was a Frost replay on Gressvan, where he played against someone that literally made Mass Lurker against Ghost Tank Lib. It was crazy, just non-stop Lurker production, and it was like a 40-minute game. It was like a 40-minute game, just Mass Lurkers just rushing into tank lines. It hurt my Zerg soul. It hurt me. It hurt me so bad. Always good fun. So yeah, thank you so much everyone for tuning in. Again, you can support the event if you wish, however you wish. Otherwise, the least that we ask is following the Twitch channel or following us on YouTube. We're going to be going on a break. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with some viewer replays. See you soon.
And again, for those wondering who may be tuning in for the first time and aren't too familiar with these players, Shelby, he is a pretty good Peruvian player. He's a streamer as well. He's streaming his POV.
Dios mío. Men, ¿qué me quiere pushar con 4 Belin, 3 mutas? ¡Corre, Forest! No lo dejen ir. ¡Ah! ¡No! ¡Oh! ¡Te pasaste de ver!
But he also looks after the convenience store when his parents aren't around. So he's currently competing, playing, and also looking after the store, and he needs to pause whenever there's a customer.
What I want to know is how far does he have to go? You know, like, is it like downstairs, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I think it's a flight of stairs. He has to get down a flight of stairs.
you're like a customer. You're like in the, waiting. You know, ding, and then you hear. He's like, like straight up running down.
every now and then, it's like, you hear him fall.
Waiting for him to like trip and fall. but I agree. He needs to like set up a camera like
Mhm,
at
mhm.
at the counter.
Yep,
You know?
yep.
Yeah, it's like and then he runs back. Does he like wait for the customer to leave, or is like after he does the money exchange, he just books it up?
For those wondering, I did wake up like 20 minutes before the broadcast, and then took 10 minutes to set up the stream, and then just went and I quickly grabbed some water, to wake up.
Do I need to like Uber Eats you some breakfast?
Oh, no, because then I would have to leave the cast and go get the food.
Your door's not that far, right? Like, listen,
Yaku?
if Shelby can go attend his goddamn store while he plays the tournament, you can probably go pick up some food at your front door, you know, while you're casting. It's totally fine, dude.
Oh god, fucking Shelby, man. I love him so much. I wish he was here. He was here. Die as well. Ooh, can you finish? Can you finish?
What's your shot?
Oh,
Oh, that's so BM.
it's 99% done.
That's so mean.
That's
No, just leave it. Go in.
It's so
Nina,
close.
just go in. Just leave it alone.
No, she wants
guy's-
to. The SCV's coming. It's coming.
No, the guy's already down. You can't get on the floor.
The SCV's he's gonna finish it. He's gonna finish. He did it.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Right?
Oh my god. It's alive. He saved it.
Okay, question. Did he spend more minerals sending SCVs down to fix it and repair, or could he have saved money if he just canceled and remade?
Yes. Nah, he would have saved money if he just canceled and remade.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that duct tape. Finally, we get to watch an entire duct tape without it being interrupted. We made it. We did make it in the end, and we have, again, something a little bit special. We do this every now and then. You know, every couple of weeks, we accumulate a bunch of viewer replay redemptions, and we try to have like a viewer replay cast, so we go through all the replays that we have been accumulating over the past 2 weeks. Over the past 2 weeks here on the CranKy Ducklings. Again, there are plenty of VODs available on our Twitch and on our YouTube channel with everything that we've covered already. A lot of viewer replays, and it's always a lot of fun. Always a lot of good fun. Always a treat to get some insight on what everyone's been doing on the ladder. I'm shaking I'm shaking my head. But we have our first one here for us. Again, so far we have 3 replays to go over, and if you do want to redeem your own, there is that option available in the chat if you so wish. Don't feel pressured to. It's just, you know, if you have anything you want to share, you can do so. You can do so in the Twitch chat, as we do have a very interesting replay here. So I have no idea what happens in these replays, and the title says you can't come in. Oh boy. So it's gonna be a TVP between Sando and a Barcode Terran, and I imagine someone is gonna turtle hard. Is it gonna be the Protoss or the Terran, or both? Oh boy. I am concerned, a little bit concerned, but here we go. We're just diving on into this. For those curious, I believe Sando, he's currently in Gold League, which just goes to show that barcodes are a thing in every single league, regardless if you're bronze, silver, gold, diamond, masters. There are barcodes everywhere. Lovely. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have our red Terran player. It is Senor Barcade. Bienvenidos, papi. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss, the Australian Protoss. One of our viewers in the chat, and we even casted them earlier today in the tournament itself, representing Clan Bud Air. It is Sounder. Senor Sando. Vámonos, man, vámonos. And we've already seen Sando against Protoss. We even saw, just against Protoss, against Dave Testa earlier in the tournament. Meanwhile, we are going for some proxy Raxes. Let's go. It's going to be a proxy 2 Rax here from our barcode Terran player. Now it makes sense why they are a barcode. Interesting, it's going to be 1 Rax back at home and looking to be 2 Raxes across the map. So a 3 Rax in total. Personally, I'm not too fond of this. Like, if you're committing this much, if you're going for a proxy 3 Rax, or if you're going for 3 Raxes, may as well just throw all 3 of them down across the map. We'll see if he can wall off and keep this hidden. That would be a reason to try to do this. And so it is. The 3rd Rax is thrown down. A Sounder going to be dipping into the main base. Going to get eyes on the first Rax across the map. Dips into the main. He will see the gases as well. And I wonder if Sounder can piece together that we are missing a couple of things and that eventually this 3rd CC is just not going to be thrown down. In general, Sounder typically delays additional gateways, so this actually could be devastating. Like, I'm really concerned for Sounder with what he will have left, as he is walled into his own, or into the main base of the barcode Terran, which means he can't actually see if there's an expansion or not. Oh. So it's all making sense here for our red Terran player. Meanwhile, we do have a gas geyser being taken. And, no shot. Are we really floating across? No, we're floating across the map. We have a proxy factory. What is going on? Okay, so a couple of things. One, seeing this gas geyser was really perplexing to me. I was like, what's the gas for? Are we going to go proxy Marauder? That would kind of make sense. But no, there's no add-ons, there's no tech lab, there's no Marauder. We're going for a proxy factory instead. Meanwhile, we're just banking up resources for whatever comes next. We do have additional gases being taken, and yeah, we're just floating across the map. Meanwhile, back at home, Sando is none the way. He has no idea what's happening. there's some nonsense going on out here, and Sando has no idea. He's just chilling back at home. We have a safety shield battery on the way. We should be throwing down some tech, but oh, we throw down additional gateways instead. Okay, so a very safe opener here out of Sounder. No Twilight Council, no Robo, and no Stargate. No tech of choice yet. The Marines have been revealed. Bunker is thrown down. The gateway wall is under threat. And what do we have to defend? We have... Ooh, nothing. We have 1 Adept. That is all we have. A single Adept in the main base. A Pylon is going to go down. And Sounder, he's being forced onto 1 base. He will lose control of the natural. And with 1 Adept, he's going to have a hard time dealing with this. Yeah, he will have to give up on this base. I do like he's still mining. Like, we need to... never mind. I was going to say that we need to get as much resources as we can out of the natural. And we did for a moment, but we're going to be pulling back into the main base. And here we go. 2 more gateways on the way. A forge for cannons. Not a bad choice. It is going to take a while for this to go down. Meanwhile, the tank has arrived. Did we throw out an eBay? No. We threw out an eBay for a turret. And we will take control of the natural. Meanwhile, Sounder is going to be contained to 1 base. And how do we come back from this? Well, it's a couple of different things. 1, how does Sounder break free? 2, how does this Terran player push in? As I do think we're being a little bit late here with this tank. First shield battery goes down. Second shield battery should be going down as well. Like, we can just leapfrog the tank forward. Throw down another bunker, another turret. You know, pull a Hon Mono. But I do think that our Terran player here is being too passive. Like, we just took down 2 shield batteries. There's 0 shield batteries, by the way. No shield battery, no overcharge. Only 2 gateway units. With this tank, with 2 tanks, we could 100% push up this ramp and take control of the main. Take control of the production. I do think that our Terran player here, he's missing an opportunity, and Sando is going double Stargate. Oh, show us the Void Rays, Bobby. Show us the Void Rays. Now we're finally going to be pushing forward, and now that we have high ground vision, but at this point, now the stack defense is done, And yeah, we're being too tentative with these tanks. Ay, ay, ay. It was a good start. It was a good start for the Terran. But this follow-up is lacking urgency. And it is allowing Sounder to recover. Sounder was almost dead in the water. Almost dead in the water at this point. We have Void Rays on the way. Stargate, I think it's within range of the tank. Yep, tank can lay siege on the Stargate. The Void Ray is still a ways off. Oh, Sounder forced to engage. Oh my god, taking so many tank shots to the face. No, the Void Ray does arrive, takes out one of the tanks, but it will fall. A bit of miscontrol there out of Sounder, but he did kill a tank, and it's still one base versus one base. He did take down the tank. Backup tank is on the way. Turrets in production. I would love to see, instead of going for charge, a fleet beacon, a third Stargate, and we start working towards Tempest. That would be amazing. Instead of the Twilight Council and charge. Regardless, they're both viable options. As the Void Ray could even try and get a better angle on this bunker. For now, we're just banking up that Void Ray count. And we have another Rax being thrown down and a CC back at home, so our Terran player, he is looking to transition out of this and expand. Meanwhile, the Void Rays, they go across the map. Sounder, I do like this, actually. Like, considering how many turrets there are in the bunker as well, trying to pick away at this is going to be quite difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult with these Void Rays. So may as well just bypass the army, go across the map, and there is nothing at home to defend. There's one turret, and if we focus it down with prismatic alignment, we're just going to be able to wreak havoc in the main base. There's no recall, there's no units. I mean, go for the turret, Bobby, go for it. Here we go, Sounder does dive in. There's the alignment. Up! The repair is too good, the repair is just too good. One Void Ray goes down. Clutch repair out of the Terran player. Again, if the repair was any later, then it would have gone down. That was quite close. Now Sounder is going to be able to deny the eBay at least, and he can deny the gas mining. And the Marines are racing back home. Meanwhile, the Zealots break free. They pushed out the Marines. As the Marines backed off, the Zealots took advantage of those tanks. The tanks fall, and Sounder, he has shut down this proxy location. All because the Marines left. The Marines. The barcode Terran was exposed, but he's going to be losing everything here. And Sounder, he can expand, work towards those Void Rays. And this Terran player is in a lot of trouble. The reason why, he has Marines, no stim. No stim, no combat shields, no +1, no upgrades. They will kill this Void Ray, but this Zealot army can have its way with these Marines, especially without bunkers. Everything is floating back home. We're getting into a longer game. We're settling on in. Here we go. Now the wall has been reestablished. It is back up and running. Sounder gonna have to back off. Big shout out to Ryu. Ryu, Papi. Shout out to Ryu in the chat. Gonna be giving us a raid. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great stream. Gracias, papi, gracias. Ojalá que todo te va bien. As we are just going over some viewer replays. Again, the tournament has ended. Marines are going to be pushing on for the Void Rays. They're stuck on A move, stuck targeting down at that depot, but the Zealots, they rush in. And they will break through this. Yeah, not enough Marines, no stim. And everything will go down. The Raxes have arrived. The boys are being pulled, but there's only SCVs left. Nothing else remains. No Marines. No tanks. Only SCVs and the turrets. But not GG. Not GG. A Sounder will break free, fight back, and he takes the game. Congratulations. Congratulations, Papi. Oh my god. That was wild. That was a very peculiar proxy, and again, I do think that if the Terran player did have a little bit more urgency, that they could have maybe gone into the main base. But likewise, yeah, really well done here by Sounder, having the foresight to send the Void Rays across the map and to recognize as well that the tanks were exposed, that the tanks didn't have the support of the Marines anymore, so the Zealots could just wreak havoc on the low ground and break free. So really well done. Really well done there by Sounder. Really good map awareness, or game sense, I should say. Again, recognizing like opportunities that were granted to you and taking advantage of them. GG, well played. Whew. And that is our first game in the books. Oh, it looks like we got another replay redeemed in the chat. By Complete, again. Not our first time. If you are in the chat, hold on. If you are in the chat, have a look here. Hold on. Un momento, papi, un momento. But yeah, with that, that's our first replay in the books. Just trying to find you. Give replay back. There we go, there we go. So we do have another replay redeemed in the chat. So it's going to be 4 tonight, 4 in total. Our first one is in the book. And again, congratulations to Sando in the chat. To be able to overcome that. And now we're getting ready for our second game here. It is going to be a game. It is going to be another PvT. A little bit higher level. A little bit higher level. It's going to be Frost versus Big Daddy. Oh my god. What a name, Papi. What a name. Not quite a Big Papi, but a Big Daddy. Let's go. Let's us go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have our red Protoss player representing clan Saiyans. I believe a popular clan on the NA ladder. It is Big Daddy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner we have his opponent. We have one of our viewers in the chat representing Clan Donkey. It is Frost. Here we go. So I don't know what to expect. Typically when we get games from Frost, there's some clown fiesta going on in some way, shape, or form. So I'm ready for it, Bobby. I'm ready for it. Yeah, Frost, she has redeemed replays in the past. And did redeem this a couple of days ago. It's gonna be a cannon rush. Oh my god. We have a forge first here from Big Daddy. Cannon rushes, they do exist against Terran. It is risky to pull off, but hey, even Maru has fallen to a cannon rush in the past. Did happen to against Prince in GSL. Pylon is thrown down. Boys are immediately being pulled. Not the first time that Frost has been cannon rushed, I'm sure. We do dive on top of that pylon. Probe gonna be rotating around. See the chat? Sounder, I didn't know the tanks were alone. YOLO. Now, but let me praise you, Papi. Let me praise you. Let me just pump you up. It's fine. As the pylon is going to be falling. Cannons are thrown down on the low ground even. But what can these cannons really do if we don't have high ground vision? Bunker is thrown down. As long as we can wall off Frost, should be fine. But the probe is still alive. We head back into the main base. With the help of this Marine, this probe should be shut down. And again, without this probe, we cannot shoot up. We do need to hunt this down, though. Up! It may even be worth pulling a couple of SCVs, but the probe will fall. And we're fine. For those wondering, these cannons can do nothing at this point. We need something here on the high ground to provide vision to attack. As a result, this has not worked out. This has fallen on its face, and Big Daddy is expanding back at home instead. Ay. We're going to be expanding elsewhere, taking some gases, transitioning, And yeah, Frost is in a commanding position from this point. We're getting into our 1-1 setup, getting a second gas. Now this, Frost initially wanted to go for a racked expand, wanted to go for an economic opener, but is forced to tech up instead, so this is going to throw a wrench in the works in the build of Frost, but overall, I would still give Frost the edge. Big Daddy just now going for the Cyber Core. It's a long ways to go here, but I'm really curious, like, after a failed cannon rush, what is our next step? Where do we go from here? Do we go for a charge all in off of 2 bases? Do we go into a Stargate? That... Oh, that is... I was very confused. I was like, there's a Cyber Core on the way. There's a cyber block here at the natural. Oh my god. Hopefully we cancel this, because this is a pretty big commitment here for the Protoss if we do let it finish. Especially this early on with a crippled economy, or with a subpar economy. It looks like we're gonna let it finish. Okay, oh, thank god. We are gonna cancel. Ooh. Are gonna cancel in the end. And Frost is just getting into a 1-1-1. Wise choice. Is committed here on 1 base. Now, this doesn't have to be a 1 base all-in, but very aggressive, very committed nonetheless here from Frost. Tank on the way. Liberator as well. Back at home, we have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council for Big Daddy. Be a Twilight Council. Shield batteries on the way. And yeah, Frost is just building up her army before moving out. No CC in sight. I mean, I think this is smart just because Frost knows. Frost knows that Big Daddy's opener is really wonky at this point. Very delayed. Charge just now begins. Scan reveals that it is going to be a Twilight Council, a ground-based army. We throw down a Temple Archives. We don't even have a second gateway. We don't even have warp gates. We're taking up so heavily here, so much greed from this Protoss, and we should be able to punish it. We should be able to move out and punish what is going on here. Warp Gate just now finishes. I feel like this Temple Archives, it is just one step too greedy here for the Protoss. This is what we have to defend. And as soon as we get the medevac, we're going to be moving out. Here we go. Marines, tanks. We're pulling a couple of SCVs as well for some bunkers or even just repair. And Big Daddy back at home, we have a gateway explosion. Oh, that's a lot of gateways. 5 gates in total, but it's not ready yet. Now, thankfully, our Protoss player has controlled the Zonaga, so we will see the army moving out. We do spot the army of Frost. Protoss player sees everything. But just because we can see it doesn't mean we can stop it. We have a shield battery, overcharge, a cannon on low ground, a couple of force fields are available as well. Charge is not done, we're rushing into Storm. Ay, ay, ay. The storm is upon us. Tanks are pushing forward, and they are within range of the cannon at least. Overcharge is popped, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, it is enough, actually. It's enough to keep the cannon alive. The cannon will go down. Bunkers on the way. Storm is going to finish. How many High Templar? We have 1 High Templar, no Warp Prism, which means there's no way to dive on this army. It means the High Templar has to push on forward and storm manually. Here we go, pushing in. Up. Storm will connect. Big storm here on the Marines. But the tanks are untouched. The Liberator barely stands strong. Or stands. On 2 HP. And Frost needs to keep pushing. But there we go. We've dealt with most of the ground army. Charge is done, but only 2 Zealots. Okay, we're going to be coming in from behind even. Good target firing here with the tanks. Looks like 1 tank is going to go down, but we break through the rest of these Zealots. 1 tank survives. We even depower those shield batteries. And we're just rallying everything across the map. Liberators, we know that we can just, siege on top of the base itself, killing workers. There's 1 Stalker here to defend. Big Daddy going for a Zealot run by across the map. So because of this pylon positioning, he's been warping in on the low ground. can warp in on the low ground, so the Zelts are going for a big counterattack. Back at home, there isn't much to defend. This natural base is going to go down. Another big warp in the main base. The Zelts, they have revealed themselves. They get on top of a tank. Big pick off here for the Protoss. One tank goes down. Gonna have to reset our rally back at home. I do think we could try to go up the ramp, but alas, we do leave the Zealots idle here on the low ground. Probes are being pulled, forcing friendly fire, I guess. But now we have one base versus one base. We do have one High Templar gathering energy for another storm. The Zealots, they run past the bunker, go straight for the mineral line. SCVs are being pulled. And this is a lot of economic damage. Oh, but nothing shoots up. No, nothing shoots up. Oh, we have to we have to storm. We have to waste storms on the Liberators. Zero mining here for Big Daddy. Ah, he's not so big anymore. Smoke. Oh, this is a bit of an overextension out of Frost. Taking some swipes to the face. Looks like we do have a storm. Do you have a storm available? Frost getting cornered here, but a good split, and we need a couple more seconds for another storm, and it's not gonna happen. The tank siege. The Liberator siege. The freedom has arrived. The Zelts across the map are being cleaned up eventually. And zero mining going on. What you see is what you get. Stalkers, they should be able to take down at least this Liberator. They do outposition it. Zealot. We have the one Zealot being sent across the map. SCV's racing back home. Ooh. We're down to 2 High Templar, each with 1 storm. Oh my god. Massive storms, but it's not going to be enough. The Archon will go down. With the death of those High Templar, it looks like Frost should have enough. That should. Still have a couple of Zealots. They do manage to bust in. This Liberator putting in a lot of work. We're down to 1 Stalker left here. 1 Stalker. The Zealot from behind. No, it doesn't get the tank. The Marine is on 3 HP. The tank is on 11. And the Liberator's on 16. Oh my god. Oh, the Marine goes down. And now we have reinforcements on the way. Protoss down to 15 probes. That's all we have left. Unfortunately, these bunkers are left idle. They're going to be salvaged. And are we getting into a longer... Are we... I guess we're just macroing from here. Okay. We're going to calm down. We're going to expand. Take a natural. We're racing back home. Tanks, bunkers on the way. Really, the onus is now going to be on the Protoss. Upon seeing the setup, do we tap out? Do we throw down a Nexus? Do we try to expand? I think we do. We're about to have 400 minerals. We are about to have that 400 minerals, and yeah, the tank does need to get a little bit closer here to cover the bunker. Stalker goes down. Liberator into the main. Oh my god, no Stalkers to defend. Only storm. Are we going to storm the live again? We're going for the gold. Smart move. We don't quite scan the gold base, unfortunately. Gold makes plenty of sense here in this situation. See the chat. The freedom bombs. We're gonna free. We're gonna free the hell out of that Nexus. We are. The gold base is a good way to come back, though. Do you think that makes plenty of sense, especially on Equilibrium? Meanwhile, Frost, she's just building herself up here on 2 bases. Tanks, libs, marines on the way. Sending out another Liberator. Are we going to be checking the gold base? Do we see? Do we know? We don't quite see it, but the rally here is not going to come across the gold. Hopefully we do check that location. Hopefully. Yeah, as we are going to be recalling the probes over to the gold base. Ah, we could have taken advantage of this, but alas, Frost is unaware, is just focusing on the main. We could even try to siege on top of these High Templar. Yeah, just pulling this one Stalker apart. Another probe goes down. Show us the storm! it's all we have left. Just storms, Papi. Oh my god, the Liberators are from both ends. They're coming in. The Stalker! Where can we go? We make it out. And again, the gold base is of course freely mining. You can afford to warp in a couple of extra waves of units. But this entire time, Frost has been building up her army, and eventually we can move out. Eventually we can move up. We have a fusion core on the way. This is looking like Lib range, which is a really odd upgrade to get here on 2 bases, but okay. Oh no, sorry, BC. The tech lab. BC's, Papi. Let's go. As Big Daddy's taking another gold base, scan will reveal that both gold bases are being taken. The first is going to be denied. And we can keep on pushing from here. Ooh, that's going to be a kill, not a cancel. 400 minerals down the drain. Here we go. Frost is just going to move on out. Now, we do have a couple of storms banked up. I say a couple. Quite a lot, actually. I think that's 3 storms. 3 storms are available. Technically, the Protoss can win this fight. Not against the tanks, though. That's not against the tanks, or even the Libs. Just against the Marines. Oh, juicy storm! Oh my god. Does take down one of those Liberators. Another storm. Oh my god, we don't want to walk through that. Another storm. Almost takes out the Lib. We have a couple of storms remaining, but the tanks they get within range. The High Templar. No! Full energy High Templar goes down, and that's going to be all she wrote. Nothing left. Only a couple of Zealots remaining here. BCs are on the way. We're getting to Mech. That's a second factory. Yamato. Zealots are trading well, especially with charge, but it looks like Frost has done it. Frost has broken into the gold. Will bring it down. And mate, the copium levels are off the charts. we're gonna try to expand again. No shot. Nothing left up. Here comes the BC, the nail in the coffin, the cherry on top. Oh my, not GG. The question becomes, are any of these losing players gonna GG in any of these? Because so far we're 0 for 2. 0 for 2, Papi. No GG, as Frost will take the game after a failed cannon rush into Fast Storm. It was crazy what this Protoss player was trying to get away with. GG, well played. GG. For those wondering, this was, of course, Master's level, around like 4.8, 4.9. For those wondering. And yeah, really well done. Really well done there. A very chaotic game. It's a solid ladder game. Solid ladder game there. And that is our second game in the books. And I'm just going to be downloading a couple of replays just to make sure that we have everything set up. Because now we have our next replay. It is going to be a ZVP. Finally, we get some Zerg. Yo, okay, look, real talk. We just finished casting the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. I didn't get to cast a single Zerg player. No, I didn't get to cast not a single Zerg. Feels bad. Smurge, Papi, smurge. So at least here in the viewer replays, we're going to have some Zerg action going on. It is going to be a ZVP between Babyling and Oz Protoss coming up next. I do just need a moment to set some things up and to get some other replays ready. Beautiful. We'll get there as we're getting into our next game. getting into our next game. Likewise, another Master Series. Around 4.4. 4.4, 4.5. Let's go. And she's in the chat as well. Sounder was in the chat. Was Frost in the chat? Not quite, not quite. Unfortunately, Frost wasn't here for the replay, but at least Babyling and Soundo are, at least. And of course, Complete later. We're going to be casting Complete's replay. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hardlead, we have the red Zerg player representing Clan Linger. It is Babyling. A long-time supporter of the channel. Streamer as well. Streamer. And spawning in the top left, we have the Australian Protoss, the blue Protoss player. It is Oz Protoss. I guess I said all that I need to say in the intro. I guess so. And here we go. Again, at least we get a little bit more diversity, variety here when it comes to the races that are being portrayed. I appreciate it. As interesting, Babyling is going to be going for a hatch gas pool. Even without the pro block, we just go straight for the hatchery at the third base location. Interesting choice here from Babyling. As we can see, the probe was delayed. The probe, because of the delay, we didn't quite need to do this, but I think this is just a good practice nonetheless, especially if you are unfamiliar with defending like this. Fun fact, even Dark does this from time to time. Where he just takes the unnatural straight away. It's just a reflex nowadays with all of our Zerg players. You know, in ZVP you're not allowed to expand. You're not allowed to take your natural. Not anymore. I mean, to be fair, that has since changed with the advent of the Eric opener, and I myself I've been trying to practice it and get used to it. But it does feel a little bit unnatural, right? It's like, I just want to go hatch gas pool, you know? I just want my gases on time. I want my link speed. I want my droning. Why can't I just expand? Smooch. Smooch, man. As again, relatively standard opener outside of just the triangular third base. The other thing to take note of, actually, winding it back, talking about the purpose for this hatchery, I'm pretty sure Babyling is planning on going for a 3-base all-in. By taking this forward base, especially on Hardlead, we speak about this all the time when we cast pro play and pro gameplay, how Hardlead is a very common map for Zerg players to go all-in off of a 3-base saturation. I'm talking about 66 drones, you drone up to 66, and then you just send it across the map with queens and with roaches. You can go for a German taxi, or you can go for a creep highway. And taking this base does give you a bit of a launch pad, a bit of a launch point to actually spread that creep across the map through the rocks and towards the bases of your opponent. So again, this is, I imagine that's the reasoning for this. I could be reading too much into it. It could just be like, you know, we just take the unnatural. It could just be for that reason. Yeah, at least if I were to be casting like a player like Dark or a player like Raynor, for example, that would be something on the forefront of my mind. For now, though, it's going to be a Stargate opener into an Oracle. So a standard opener out of Oz Protoss. Nothing too crazy. As we have Queen production behind this. Third base being taken. We're just going to be droning. Now, the name of the game here for Babyling is going to be to minimize losses, minimize damage. The Adepts do make it into the third base, and we're going to be able to get 1, 2, 3 drones already. Oh, we get a 4th drone towards the end. That's quite a hefty amount of damage. The Queens and Links were barely out of position. But again, the name of the game here is to just defend against the Adepts as well as the Oracles, minimize losses, and drone on up and get into the mid-game in a healthy position. We have 2 Queens here at the third. I'm going to be calling this the third now. We have 1 Queen, soon to be 2 in the main. We have Spores on the way. We are pretty well set up as Links get across the map, and we will get a kill on the Adept, just barely. This Link counterattack also confirms the Oracle and does spot it, does see it here back at home. Second Oracle is on the way, and Oz Protoss is soon to move out. It looks like it gets economic damage done. There's a Robo, Twilight Council, and a Forge all thrown down at once. My god. Oracle heads into that third base, and there's only 1 Queen. Spore not quite done. Second Queen out of position. Another couple of drones go down. It's a good amount of damage so far by Oz Protoss. That's 7 workers in total. We're getting all Spores in position. We have our Roach Warren and Eva Chamber on the way. So again, we are going for a Roach heavy composition. In the new patch, we have seen a rise in popularity in Ling Hydra, but it is still really risky to go Ling Hydra as well. You can more seamlessly transition into Lurkers, but the downside of Ling Hydra is, especially if you think, or if you aren't too familiar with how your opponent is going to follow up, something like Glaive Adepts can just annihilate Ling Hydra. So it is safer to just go Roaches instead. As we have Charge on the way. Interesting. Okay. We have a follow-up Void Ray as well to shut down these Overlords. I don't think we're going into Sky Toss. But we do have a Void Ray on the way. There's +1. Observers, Charge as well. Nothing looking too crazy. This should be for Charge or Archon. We should soon be seeing a Templar Archives from the Protoss player as we get our third base up and running. Meanwhile, the Oracle's looking to dive back in. And this time the Queens are in position. And this time the Oracles will not get any damage done. So again, we were ready for it. All 6 gases are being taken. Rocks are being knocked down. A creep is being spread. We were talking about that creep highway earlier. Moving towards the bases of the Protoss. And again, Hard Lead is a very good map for this. As the Queens rotate over once again in position. The Oracles, they don't get any additional drones. Really good movement here from our Zerg player. Void Ray pushes forward. It takes down the Overlords. We do manage to get 1 gas mining drone. But the Oracles don't get much more than that. And it is going to be +1 range. So it's not going to be Ling Bane Roach Ravager. It's just straight up Roach Ravager instead. As we are working through those rocks. Meanwhile, back at home, we still don't have a Templar Archives. This is a little bit disjointed out of the Protoss player. Oh my god. Speaking of, we have a Gateway Explosion. We're getting into a Robotics Bay. So this is suddenly becoming very tech heavy here from Oz Protoss. Without a Templar Archives, we don't have a timing to push out. Otherwise, we would hit with Charge and Archons. So instead, Oz Protoss is going to be chilling back at home. Now we have a Templar Archives, but very delayed. Where is it? Here behind the natural. But yeah, very delayed Templar Archives here from our Protoss player. He's working towards Colossus at the same time. Usually it's like one or the other, not necessarily both at once, but we're working on it. We're getting there. But again, very tech heavy, and this is all money that isn't being spent on Warpins, on an army, on Immortals. There's no Robo units whatsoever, actually. We're still making Observers. And that Creep Highway is now more than halfway across the map. The Roach army amassing. Babyling on 67 workers. 4th base on the way, I imagine, just for Larva. And we're getting ready for a massive push. And Oz Protoss is not ready for this. 0 Immortals, 0 Archons. Again, this was just very greedy. Really greedy here to skip Immortals and go into Colossi like this. We have 1 Colossus on the way, and it will come out in time. Babyling is already amassing. We have 11 Ravagers on the way. Again, Babyling may have lost a lot of drones earlier on, but was able to minimize losses after that. Was able to drone up to 66, and here comes that push. Roche is a massive amount of Ravagers. What kind of defensive position do we have? We have a Stasis Trap at both entryways. We have a Shield Battery, a wall of cannons, and here we go. Oz Protoss now realizes what's going on. Oh, big Stasis Trap on the army. A good start for Oz Protoss. The Colossus up. It's looking so exposed, and it is going to be focused down. Can we get it? It barely will survive. Files will be connecting. We stand in it. We do not have Blink. The anti-timing Blink is still on the way. But a lot of Roach Ravagers going down. The Queens, they do alright. They can't transfuse, but they can shoot up. They do focus down some of those Oracles. Files likewise connecting as well. The Colossus, not within range of the Shield Battery. We have Shield Batteries, we have cannons, but we're not using them. Oz Protoss, he finally pulls back, but he already lost his high-tech units. He is forcing back Babyling, but we have more Roaches on the way. +2, no saturation here at the 4th base. This is a 3-base all-in at a Babyling. It's all or nothing for the Zerg. Meanwhile, Oz Protoss making 2 Colossi at a time, but they just now started. Oz Protoss, he needs time. He needs time, that's just time that he doesn't have. Vials being thrown down. The Archons are looking quite exposed. Do we have an overcharge? We do, but it's not enough. The Archons go down anyway. Really mature decision. We are respecting the overcharge. It is going to buy time. But it is also about to run out, and that is the only thing keeping Oz Protoss alive in this game. As we break on through, Baal's going to be connecting. Stalkers go down. And sure, there's one Void Ray just going ham on this army, but the one Void Ray just doesn't have the DPS to clean everything up. The third base has been broken. Colossi finally do arrive, but we can just lure this out, and there we go. We do set our sights on the Colossus. There's no overcharge left. It looks like they will both survive, but I can't say the same for the third base. I shouldn't say the same for the third base. Uh-oh. Zealots are coming in. The Roaches are getting quite low. Stasis Trap goes off. And Oz Protoss is going to be able to hold on to that Nexus. Oz Protoss is holding on. Just barely. We're not done. We are not done, though. We're going to keep on pushing. Behind this, we have a Spire on the way from you. Oh, we have a Spire and a Hydrogen, actually. Just a bit of everything. Okay. Bit of everything on the way. Baal's going to be zoning back the army. And there's nothing to protect the Colossus. There's nothing to save them. There is a second Void Ray. God, the Colossus are actually getting a lot of damage done. Colossi finally goes down. And we can finally get a kill on this Nexus. Oz Protoss knocked down to 2 bases. We are going to be pulling back. And with this Hydrogen, we can go into Roach Hydra, just so we can have something to kill these Void Rays. Beybling still hasn't droned, but again, with a 3-base economy, with 6 gases, we can afford a Hydra army. As Infestation is thrown down, additional gases are being taken. Still no drones, but we are just taking up behind this. And we even bring the Queens forward. With these Queens, we don't even need the Hydras. As long as the transfuses are on point. Oh, the transfuse! They are on point. And we should have enough anti-air here to kill these Void Rays. Yeah, the Oracle goes down. The Void Rays are exposed. And the Queens will bring them down. And once again, the third base is going to fall. And from here, we can just rotate over towards the natural. There are cannons and shield batteries, that is true. But what else do we have here? No Immortal. We have one Immortal, but no Colossus, no Void Rays, no Storm. Immortals are good. But on its own, not so much. We even have Corruptors. We even have Corruptors on the way. Plus one air attack. Getting ready for potentially Sky Toss. Especially after seeing those Void Rays, it's understandable. As we were speaking earlier about the previous Protoss player being on a little bit of copium and Baffy, this the copium levels once again, they're popping off. We're gonna try to hold on. Even if we can hold this push, we're still stuck on 2 bases. There's creep covering both third base locations and the fourth as well. There's just no way for Oz Protoss to expand, even if he holds. Immortal goes down, Void Rays as well. The Queens, they're getting involved. There's creep everywhere. And we do break in. There's one cannon left to defend. A Dark Shrine. DTs are being warped in, but we have detection. Not GG? Are we seriously not going to get a single not going to get a single GG out of all these replays? GG, congratulations. Babyling will take the game. GG. And a solid execution of the 3-base all-in. Again, for those that are tuning in and maybe watching themselves, maybe their own Zerg players, it is a very powerful way to play on hard lead. I do think that this is probably the best map for this, just because of the creep hive that you can set up once you knock down those rocks. If you take that triangular third base and you can just get that push going, and you don't stop, Pappy, you just rally across the map, and it can be quite difficult to stop. So yeah, really solid execution. On top of that, it also helps that Oz Protoss was being very greedy, very tech heavy, and did not scout the move out until it was too late. By the time Oz Protoss did see the army when it was already on Oz Protoss' side of the map, and that's when he threw down the cannons and the shield batteries, and he just was woefully underprepared for the 3-base all-in. Despite having his oracles, he wasn't able to determine just the lack of saturation at the 4th and the amassing of roaches that was coming out, or even the creep. Like, the creep should have been a tell as well, the creep highway that was moving through the center. It just took a little bit too long, or it was something that Oz Protoss wasn't quite able to piece together. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we have 1 series left. Oh, Ryan's in the chat. Esther, Ryan, what's going on, Papi? What's going on? Are you back in Singapore? I think I saw some of your Instagram posts. Are you no longer in Australia? Esther, Ryan, even. Here we go, as we are getting ready for our final viewer replay. I'm just double checking just to make sure that no one else has redeemed anything, and I don't think, yeah, I haven't missed anything. It is going to be complete noob in the chats. I still feel very uncomfortable calling you complete noob. Like, I don't. Aye. Complete in the chats. Redeeming a replay. Let's go. We also use the Enya. Enya, I'm catching up in the chat. I've hit that point in SE2 where I have a thin veneer of macro at the start. A thin veneer, Papi. Once anything goes wrong, my games go right back to this. Oh no, what are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? I'll type it as complete. Oh, with my replay has a GG at the end. Oh, we're gonna get one. We're gonna get one, Papi. Let's go. Clowns can't GG. They're busy planning their next circus. True. See Matt in the chat. I have a fun ZBT I played on the tournament versus Future if you want. Oh, I mean, again, it's up to you. Completely up to you. If you want to have your replay casted, then you can join our Discord server so you can send me the replay in Discord. And you also must, of course, redeem your replay in the chat with your channel points. Channel points, Bobby. Channel points. I blame Cyril personally. Oh. This is a dark game. Oh, let's go. All right, so we are going to be diving into our, for now, going to be our final replay cast here of the night, and it is going to be a PVZ. Let's go. It's going to be complete versus iMarks. Vamos. We've got that crap nowadays when we don't ladder. No GLHF, no GG. Ah, oh, smooch. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have, bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the red Zerg player representing Clan Pigs, which I do not believe, this is not the Pig Clan, this is something different. It is iMarks. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. In the chat, they are complete noob, and in-game, they are bad macro. You don't have bad macro, Papi. This is not the first time we've casted Complete Noob's replay. Now remember, we were praised. They were like, Papi, your macro, it's good, Papi. It's good. He's like, okay, maybe it's not bad macro. It's okay macro. Shaking my head. You're too harsh on yourself, Papi. You're too harsh. We're getting into our PVZ. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll do this, actually. This will be better. Should have been doing this. Bam, there we go. As we are getting into our game. So far, we do have a hatch first. It's going to be a hatch gas pool out of eye marks. Oh, never mind. It's going to be a hatch pool opener. Okay. Hatch pool gas. Interesting setup and interesting order. Slight variation here. A little bit less efficient, or less economic, I should say. Interesting opener nonetheless. Meanwhile, back at home, we're going for a gate cyber expand. What looks to be a gate cyber expand out of our Protoss. Oh, no, wait, no. There we go. Gate expand cyber. There we go. The positioning of the probe threw me off a little bit. The buildings are a little bit late, but it's all good. It's all coming together. It's all making sense. Something that okay. If I want to say one thing, because I'm scared. Something that I'm a little bit concerned by is that typically we want to throw down the cyber core as a part of the wall, so that when the zealot comes out, we can fully wall off. So it is a little bit risky to do this. If the Zerg player was going for a 12 pool, and we did probe scout, to be fair, we did probe scout to confirm, but if we did have a faster pool opener here, then this natural base would be actually quite exposed, and I'd be a little bit concerned for its life. So, wait, I think there's a hole, yeah. It's a wall, you know, we have a full wall off. Not the best wall, but a wall nonetheless. It's okay. As we have, oh no, complete throwing down a proxy pylon across the map as well. And it is going to be a Twilight Council opener. Are we going to be seeing DTs? This could be a proxy Dark Shrine from our Protoss player. Gateway is thrown down. What is the purpose of this Twilight Council? I wonder. Could be Blink, could be Charge, could be Dark Templar. Meanwhile, back at home, the Zerg player is just going to be droning. We have Link speed on the way. We're pulling out of gas. Oh, we're pulling out, Papi. Let's go. Pulling out of gas, just being that much more efficient, and focusing on Link speed, focusing on droning. Our Zerg player here has missed their queens, though. We have a third queen on the way, but the fourth queen is very late, so that's a little bit concerning. And there it is. A Dark Shrine is thrown down in the main. As we get into this, a big shout out as well to Pesevenga. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for subscribing for 4 months. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Ga, papi, ga. Thank you so much. All the money that we make here on the channel goes towards our tournaments, goes towards our events. So thank you. Thank you. We do always appreciate the support. Gracias, papi, gracias. Hope you enjoy your replays. Hope you enjoy your replay packs, and I hope you enjoy your emotes. We appreciate it. Oh. Meanwhile, we are just going to be droning on up here. IMOX is none the wiser. We have reached the 4-minute mark, and this is the time, especially if you don't believe it's going to be a Stargate opener, this is when we need a Roach Warren. Safety Roach Warren, additional queens as well. We are working with 4 queens, and the Dark Shrine is about to finish up. Warp Gate was heavily delayed, actually, but it's finishing up just in time with the Dark Shrine, so maybe it was intentional, as the Warp Gates are going to be kicking in. There it is. Roach Warren is thrown down. Do we have any detection? 0 spores. Uh-oh. 0 spores. Layers on the way. There's a lot of potential. 1 DT in each mineral line, and we can kill everything. We can deny so much mining time. How are we going to split up these DTs? There we go. We have 1 for the third, 1 for the natural, and 1 for the main. And drones are being forced off the mineral line. We have droned up to 50. Good droning here from our Zerg player. But we're in a lot of trouble. We have spore crawlers on the way. We try to dive on them. Good hold position, a good surround on these spores. Meanwhile, DT in the main base. We are in A move. We're going to be attacking the queens, which means eventually these DTs will be cleaned up. Spore is done, but they get fully surrounded by the drones. Up. They barely get a kill, but the second spore finishes. The DTs go down. But there's still 1 DT in the main. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're just going ham here on the workers. One-shotting drones, one after the other, and I will have a look after this with 21, 22. 22 drones going down. Ay, ay, ay. And we're not done because there's no spore here at the third base either. These DTs are winning. Complete the game. Oh my god. And we could even go for the hatchery. Could even go straight for the hatchery as well. As you turn around and we swipe away at the queens. Again, when it comes to Zerg players, typically we should have seen a faster scout into the main. The Overlord into the main base we didn't even commit to the main, but it was just non-existent. Didn't know what was happening. Should have gotten eyes on the Twilight Council. Once we realized there's a Twilight Council opener, we throw down safety spore crawlers, and we would have been ready for this. But alas, the lack of scouting is costing IMARX the game, as there's still no spore. Where's the it just now starts. DT could have gotten some extra damage here, but alas, we are heading towards the main army instead, or towards the 4th base location, just to make sure that there is no 4th hatchery. And just like that, Complete is up in workers, 3rd base is on the way, and we're getting into charge. And that's a gateway explosion. That is 8 gateways. We can even go for an 8-gate all-in. As the DT has been revealed, IMARX with a Bailey Nest, Roach Speed. Are we going to be droning, or are we going to be doubling down here for an all-in? Roaches are in production. IMARX not droning up that 3rd, but we are taking additional gases, so it looks like we are going to be macroing. There it is. We have the Bay on the way. Immortal production. Charge as well out of a Complete. Just taking on up. We're pretty safe here. We're even going to be walling off. This is going to be the 9th and the 10th gateway. Am I crazy? Yeah. Sorry, it's 8 gates at home. This is the 9th gateway. This is going to be the 11th and 10th gateway. Ay. That's a lot of gates. Arguably too many considering our economy, but it's fine. We have a Stargate on the way as well. Okay, never mind. Temple Archives. We've changed our mind. And I do appreciate this. You know, Charger, Archon, Immortal is a very solid army composition. Can work wonders, especially with an economic lead. And IMARX put himself a little bit further behind. What I mean by that is that because IMARX wasn't really certain about what was happening, he hasn't even really seen the 3rd base. Instead of droning and instead of resaturating this 3rd, he made an army. And that means that IMARX, he didn't just lose workers, he hasn't been making workers until now. So he is just 1 or even 2 steps behind economically compared to Complete. Again, the droning here has been heavily delayed. And a lot of that, I think, does come down to the fact that I think IMARX was just scared of an attack. And as a result, we're still recovering economically. We do have a 4th base on the way with a Rich Vesting Gas Geyser. Still hasn't quite seen that gateway, and we have a cheeky DT coming in to deny the hatchery. That's unfortunate. Feel Zerg, man. Feel Zerg. Hatchery is going to be going down. Meanwhile, back at home. How many gates? Oh my god. I don't think we can even afford to warp in from this many gateways. It's 13. Bobby, we can't warp in 13 units at a time. It's not gonna happen. I don't know what to tell you. Jesus. We're up to 13 gateways. We're getting 3 robos for triple robo production, and another Stargate for Skytoss. Look, I appreciate the tenacity here, Complete. But the reality is that instead of additional gateways, we could have totally afforded a faster 4th. We could have gotten a faster 4th base. We could have gotten a faster 2nd robo to get into double robo production and tech up a little bit faster as well. All off of just a better economy. So if some of these gateways were just a Nexus and more probes, then we would have seen just a cleaner transition here into a later game. But before I get ahead of myself, yo, shout out to the Creed thread. Oh my god. IMARX, Papi. It's not even that many tumors. It's 1 tumor just making its way towards the top left, 1 tumor towards the center, 1 tumor towards the right, but we're on top of it. The creep, it's actually encroaching upon the bases of Complete. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Meanwhile, we've droned up to 71. But at this point, the army, the quality of the army here for Complete is insane. We've got Colossus, Disruptors, Immortals, Charge Lots, Stalkers. Soon to be Skytoss, I imagine. It's a bit of everything. A Death Ball. Meanwhile, the proxy gateway is finally going to be going down. We have a massive bailing run by here towards the 4th. No reaction. The mineral line is going to be going down. as Complete is working towards that 5th. What's important, though, is that we still have a pretty terrifying army, and we can soon move out. I wouldn't be opposed to just vying for map control, moving out with an observer, and clearing up a lot of this creep. Taking control of the center of the map, at least. Meanwhile, when it comes to the army composition, IMARX is throwing down a Spire. Infestation Bit as well for Hive Tech, for eventually Mutas. Interesting choice here. Yeah, I mean, we are finally joining up to 80, which is good. Against this kind of ground army, I would prefer Lurkers. Like, Hydra Lurker Viper is ideal against this. Without Hydra Lurker Viper, we would have needed a faster Hive to get into Broodlords. So it does feel like, again, the quality of the army for IMARX is less than ideal. We're stuck on a mid-tier army, and this mid-tier army is designed to trade. Like, we need to be in the face, we need to be going for constant Lingbane run-bys. We have another wall of gateways being thrown down. At this point, though, we're up to 87 probes, so we can probably afford, like, big warpins as well. Especially now that we've hit the late game. We've reached the point where we're going to be building up these massive banks, and as we lose an army or as we take some trades, we're going to be warping in immediately to reinforce. Double Forge, Hydroden. This still feels, from the Zerg player, like tech-wise, it feels a little bit haphazard, like a little bit all over the place. We're mass expanding, and hey, the creep, we've taken over the map essentially. Damn, good stuff. We're getting 1-1-1 upgrades. Nidus Worm on the way. But like the army that we're working with is still just roaches. It's still just a roach army. It's one of those moments where we talk about it all the time. You know, sometimes the soup, it does lie. The soup lies, and even though both armies are 200 supply, one is not like the other. And this is a very inflated army. Roaches, they are very supply inefficient, and they do not scale well into the late game. And this roach army is gonna have a hard time pushing into this. Oh my god. But here we go. Finally, we've reached 200 supply. We're moving out on the map. We're going to be clashing with the Protoss. We have one disruptor. Sorry, 3 disruptors in total. Where are the... Oh, there we go. I was like, where are the rest of the disruptors? They're coming in. Clearing up creep. IMARX coming from behind. He catches the disruptors. He gets 1. He gets 2. Big pickoffs here for the Zerg player. He gets caught out of position. Do we have any force fields? Up! No force fields. The Colossus are exposed. Oh, this engagement is not good here for Complete. Amazing for IMARX. He gets on top of the Colossi. On top of everything, he will lose a mineral line. But he's good to trade for that. Oh my god, as Complete is going to be losing everything. Again, these Zealots, they needed to be on the other side of the army. They needed to be in between the Roaches and the Colossus. And Complete will be losing everything. A brutal trade here. It all came down to the fight. It came down to the positioning, and yeah, I mean, Complete did kill a base, which is great, but aye. Just not the best angle to fight those roaches, and suddenly, IMARX. He's looking good. He's maxed out. What's he remaxing with? I'm not too fond of this. We're remaxing on more roaches. Like, I understand the roach army, hey, we want to fight, you know? Things went well. But now we're getting back into Immortals, making 3 Colossi at a time. As long as Complete can, like, actually attack from a good angle, as long as he doesn't get surrounded and hit from behind, he should be able to win a fight. But, you know, we'll see. A little bit speechless. Greater Spires on the way. We're working towards Broodlords, Ultras as well. I like the idea of Broodlords. I think Broodlords would be really good in this position. I do think that the Greater Spy is just really late, and we should have worked towards Broodlords a lot sooner. That's my biggest criticism here for the Zerg player. And we'll see how this goes. I also just realized that our upgrades are really late for everyone. Like, we're 15 minutes in, 2-2 on the way. 2-2 on the way here for Complete as well. And we're getting there. So Rame takes down the hatchery. And Here we go. Iron Mark's going to be rotating over towards the right-hand side. Do we have Storm? We do. We have Storms and Disruptors. Oh my god. And some rough pathing here from Imarks. A lot of roaches going to be going down. Meanwhile, the Zealot on my left-hand side has been cleaned up, and Imark's going for a big counterattack. Roaches once again, they get on top of the Colossus. This should not be happening. The Colossi are exposed. One goes down, and the other will go down as well. Ay. I don't know if I should scold Complete or praise Imarks for constantly just somehow bypassing the main army and getting on top of the Colossus. It just keeps happening. How many Colossi do we have? We have 4. We're about to have 6. We're just going mass Colossus. Oh my god. Okay. It almost happened again. Thankfully, this time we have Immortals. I don't think the Colossi are bad against Mass Roach, but I think like 2 or 3 is all you really need, and then we invest into Immortals. Immortals just have so much more value here, especially considering we're also getting into Ultras. Oh, but this is not going to be a good fight for Marks. Oh, overextending. The Roaches go down. The Ultras as well. And now it's going to be finally a time with... Sorry, just sneezed. Where did the Immortals just come from? But finally a time where Complete takes a good fight. A better angle here. The entire ground army just gets annihilated. And Complete can keep on pushing. The Colossi go down, but it's okay because we have Immortals and they're what matters most here. As we break on through. Again, it was a really just chaotic fight from the Zerg, coming in from multiple angles, just trickling in with a couple of Roaches, a couple of Ultras here and there. And it looks like Complete has finally done it. And finally, we have a Colossus behind the army, protected by the Stalkers and the Zealots. We love to see it. For the first time this game. As the Ultras are putting in a lot of work, but they're being focused down one after the other. There's only 2 Ultras left, and alas, they do take down the Colossus. But these are expensive trades for the Zerg. Now we're making 11 Ultras at a time. We're remaxing. We're extending a little bit here. We do take down an Ultra, but we are making 11 Ultras at a time. Complete. We gotta back off. We gotta warp in, Papi. We gotta warp in. Come back home. Broodlord is revealed. Ultras coming out. No, the Immortals, they're left alone. Not like this. I mean, the trait, they kill an Ultra, but not like this, not on their own. Immortals are going down. Stalkers as well. Zealots take down a hatchery. Complete has a massive bank, 5k, 3k bank. We just need to calm down and just consolidate our forces. We need to just warp in, just get a round of warp-ins in. And are we going for a base trade? We're going for a base trade. Ultras are going to be moving across the map. Likewise, the Immortals, we need them. We need them to kill these Ultras. Come in, Papi, come in. Or recall back home, something. Fleet Beacon is on the way for Sky Toss. They're still making 3 Immortals at a time. These 3, though, they're on break. They're Chilean. Oh, they are going to actually fight, though. They do go ham on these Ultras. They bring them down. At the same time, we can see Imarks pushing towards that 4th base. Takes down the 5th. Yeah, things are getting a little bit chaotic. So Imarks is pushing in once again. We need the Ultras back at home. F2, Papi. Just F2 back home. Come back. Ah. Yeah, with the arrival of these Immortals, we can shut down the Ultras. 3 of them get caught out, though. Good stutter stepping out of Complete. Pulling back here to the safety of a slow warping of Zealots. Oh my god. The Void Rays have arrived. The Sky Toss is here. The Broodlords go down and Complete. We can fight back. How do we deal with the Void Rays? Hydras, Papi. Hydras are on the way. The name of this replay was called Clown Fiesta, by the way, and I agree. I can get behind it. Link cannon attack gonna shut down at the third. Oh my, we can keep going. We don't need to turn around. What are we gonna do? The Lings, they race back home. A couple of them are gonna commit though. Gonna push into the natural base as the gold is gonna get shut down. The Lings are gonna be able to trade well against the Immortals at least. Ooh, but we don't have Adrenal, we don't have 3-3. The Lings, they don't have the best upgrades, so they get cleaned up. If they were Cracklings, I do think we could have dealt with this. Stalker Immortal does not trade well against Lings. But again, we are lacking those upgrades. No, not this way! No! This is not the way to go! The Immortals, they get thrown away. Immortals are going to be going down. And what's a little bit scary is that Complete is burning through his bank. He is barely mining. He's long distance mining and he doesn't have an economy. Not anymore. We've been losing too many bases and too many workers. And as a result, what you see is what you get. Likewise, a similar story with Imarx, but he has a fully mining base here towards the bottom right. Imarx does have a better economy and is getting into Hydra Lurker. No Vipers, but Hydra Lurker nonetheless. Carriers and Tempest would be ideal. So this isn't proper Skytoss, it's just Mass Void Ray. But we can maybe go toe-to-toe with this. We're coming in. Void Rays with the support of these Archons, we can clean up these Hydras. Take him down, Bobby, take him down. Oh, the Lings there, they take down an entire mineral line. Or they deny mining here at least. As we're pushing in. These things are doing so much denying mining, but we take down a base. The most important mining base for Imarx. We can keep on pushing. But how many Void Rays is this? 12! 12 Void Rays. 0 Hydras left. We have we have Lurkers and Ultras. And we're making Corruptors. Corruptors, they are not ideal against Void Rays. They're gonna melt. And it looks like Complete has finally done it. He has completed his army. In a way. Archons, Void Rays, Charge Lux. Oh my god, do we have detection? We do. Lurkers are doing what they can, but the Void Rays are just going ham on this Zerg army. There is no answer. No Hydras, no Vipers, no Parasitic Bombs. No answer to the Mass Void Ray. It's 2021 again. GG gets called and Complete. We'll take the series. We'll take the game 1-0. A roller coaster ride of emotions. There were some good moments though. There were some good moments. Some rough moments as well, is what I will say. But GG overall. GG, well played. GG. Well played. Complete will take the game in the end. You know, you say you have bad macro, but you know, like your bases were looking good, your worker count as well. We were dropping probes and we weren't rebuilding them. That is true, which was killing us in the end, but it's okay. We did well. We did well, Bab. Did well. GG. GG, well played. I'm scrolling up in the chat. I'm catching up. I don't actually like Skytoss, but I've legit lost gains for not building a Stargate and losing to air switches. Yeah. It's something that that comes with experience here with StarCraft is that like I'm guilty of this as well. Like I'm personally not too fond of making infestors, but there are certain scenarios where you need infestors. Likewise with PvZ with Skytoss, if your opponent is getting into lurkers, you do need Skytoss. If they're getting to Hydra Lurker Viper, like Skytoss is typically a must. So you have to be able to embrace it from time to time. Embrace it, papi. Must be. Oh, good night, Slowbro. Good night. Buenas noches. Look, I'm a hero fan. There's a delay, right? Yeah, there's a 2-minute delay. 2-minute delay on stream. It's a bait hole, true. I still read your name as Completin. Yeah, I said the first time I saw Complete Noob, I also said Completin as well, and then I looked at it for a moment and I was like, oh, that's a word. There's numbers, they're a word, man. It's good when you miss a lot of warpins. True, true. But yeah, I hope everyone had a great time. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Again, we're just having a chill moment here with. Oh wait, hold on. Just having a chill moment here, just catching up on some viewer replays that have been redeemed over the past couple of weeks. Time for 500 gateway insta remax. Calculated. But yeah, with that, thank you so much everyone for tuning in. Thank you so much everyone for again submitting replays as well. It's been a lot of good fun. A lot of good fun. And we are done. We are done for the morning. We just wrapped up with the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. We ended it with some viewer replays, and yeah, we won't have another viewer replays cast like this for another couple of weeks. You know, we tried to just bank up some replays over some broadcasts, and then we just bring them all together here for one big broadcast at the end of a tournament. And yeah, with that, we are done for now. If you want to tune into more of the CranKy Ducklings, we're going to be live in a couple of hours. Let me just double check. Let's get the let me just double check here. We're going to be live in 8 hours time. Oh, I can sleep. I don't need to sleep. I'm fine. In 8 hours time, we're going to be live with WTL with World Team League day number 3. We're going to be covering Starlight Twinkle versus DragonKaiZ Gaming and Shopify Rebellion versus Psystorm. Let's go. I'm looking forward to Shopify versus Psystorm. Is Scarlet playing? Let me just double check. I haven't seen Scarlet compete in WTL in a while. Don't get enough Scarlet. Yes, it is going to be Beyond versus Spirit, Lambo versus Max Pax, and Scarlet versus Geralt to end the night. Oh my god, beautiful. So yeah, we are going to have an amazing night of StarCraft. Again, that is in 8 hours. 8 hours time, so it's quite a ways away. Until then, I'm just gonna be working. I have a lot of VODs to edit. I have a lot of VODs to edit and thumbnails to produce, and we got to schedule VODs for YouTube and all that stuff. So there's a lot of things behind. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that we have to get through and get going. So I will be on that. Fun fact, before I went live today, I even requested and I submitted a form for partnership. For those who don't know, we aren't partnered on Twitch. We've been trying to for the past couple of years, trying to be partners, but we don't have the viewership. We don't have the viewership to be partner on Twitch. But recently we have been getting a little bit better. We have been growing over the past, I want to say 2-3 months. Relatively recently, we've gotten like a growth spurt, which has been really fun. It's been we really do appreciate it, and maybe it's enough to become partner, which means we get a little bit of a better output out of our subs, which would be nice. I think at the moment we get 25% from subscriptions, and I think partnership is like 50%, so pretty big jump. We'll see. We'll see if we get that. We'll see if we can get there. As it's going to take a couple of days for them to get back to us, so fingers crossed that we can get partnership. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for your support. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. I'm not too sure who. We'll kind of check the directory, pick and choose, and give them a chance. If you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft action, I believe ESL Masters is tonight as well, alongside WTL. So check it out. And after the WTL cast tonight, I think we will do a co-stream. I will be co-streaming ESL Masters Americas. So plenty of content on the horizon. Until then, thank you so much for watching. You can follow us on the socials: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. You can also follow myself, Light_VIP. If I have enough time, I might stream on my personal channel today. before the cast. Maybe. Again, I got a lot of work to catch up with. I got a lot of VODs to edit. And I have a lot of replay packs to put together as well. We do provide replay packs to all of our subscribers, from like Kung Fu Cup and the Tenacious Turtle Tussle and Sparkling Tuna Cup and all that stuff. So we'll have to put them all together as well. So yeah, with that, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys in 8 hours for World Team League. Until then, hasta luego. Bye.